very pleased to introduce the organizers and our hosts. Really, I hope just to help set the scene a little bit for some of the issues we're going to be talking about for the rest of the afternoon. And that's Gonzalo Carvalho, who's the executive coordinator of Ciana, a Portuguese-based NGO, with Josephine Voronoff, senior associate from the Pew Charitable Trusts, based in Brussels. And I will try and get this right. My apologies in advance. Togede Duobianadotte. Thank you. That was very kind of you to nod, at least to recognize your name. Who's the chair of Landvernd, the Icelandic Environmental Association. So we'll first of all turn to Gonzalo and Josephine, and then we'll hear from Togeda.
Hello, everybody. So I'm Josephine Voronoff from the Pew Charitable Trust. Thank you. I'll start by presenting Pew. That is an organization that had been active in international fisheries for quite a long time, already 10 years in the European Union, in the European area, through several campaigns, mostly the most important one on ending overfishing. So the objective of that campaign was to push decision makers to end overfishing by applying the scientific advice. Pew, the fisheries, the ocean departments of Pew is really focusing on two objectives. On one side, it's ensuring an ecosystem-based sustainable use of the marine resources, and on the other side, ensuring long-lasting ocean conservation. We think that to bridge those two objectives, there is a tool that is the ecosystem-based fishery management. And we've been starting that campaign already for 2 years now, working to try to bring and implement this ecosystem-based fisheries management. The Pew Charitable Trust in general has a pretty large global scope. So it's based in the US, it's working, has campaigns everywhere in the world, in MPAs, marine protected areas, in subsidies, fisheries, working with subsidies, fishery subsidies, working as well with 30 by 30s, high sea treaties, and so on and so forth. So really active for a long time. And then Siena is co-hosting with us.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for joining us. So Siena is, as Martin said, a Portuguese-based marine conservation NGO. We don't have such a large scope, but we do work beyond the Portuguese waters for quite some time. We did a lot of work on the implementation of the Common Fisheries Policy, that is just EU, but over the years we've extended our work a bit to the Northeast Atlantic's widely distributed stocks, so mostly the pelagics. We do work on other areas of marine conservation, but we're here mostly to talk about our fisheries work today. Our first experiences, let's say it like that, a bit with ecosystem-based fisheries management were related to deep sea fisheries, again, starting with the EU, but looking a bit outside of it, namely with NIAFC and the coastal states, following those processes. And yes, what we aim to see is indeed healthy marine ecosystems as the basis of resilient fisheries in this area. So to open up a bit the day and trying to focus everyone on what we're talking about, it's good to ask this question: what is EBFM? Of course, many of you know there are several definitions, including the FAO one, which is usually the most popular one. So there are differences among them, but generally it's understood. The concept is understood to address the incorporation of ecosystem considerations into the fisheries management. So besides the fishery, the species you're targeting, what do you need to take into account from the surrounding ecosystem and the species that interact with your target species? It's a lot about safeguarding the ecosystem functioning when you are removing large quantities of specific stocks. And it's a lot about moving beyond a single species focus, which is the base of most of the fishery science up to now, but hopefully that will change a bit during the next years. And this includes also talking about trade-offs and benefits of fishing more of one species, fishing less of other, and so on and so forth. And all in all, it also does speak to something that is ever more relevant, which is the capacity to be adaptive as things in the marine ecosystems change, and we know they are changing more than ever. And why the Northeast Atlantic? Of course, these organizations work in this area, that's obvious, but it's a very specific area and very special area. These are very busy waters in terms of governance. We have also some of the most diverse and long exploited marine ecosystems in the world. There are different, so the widely distributed stocks and, well, the stocks really, their management really spans different ecological regions and geopolitical boundaries. This is about a bit sugarcoating what some of us know. It's politically and in terms of governance is a very tense and intensive area of the world, as we all more or less know. And then indeed, in terms of the global scale, it's not something to be ignored. So the Northeast Atlantic pelagics comprise 6% of the total global fin fish catch. So we're talking about some of the biggest populations of vertebrate animals in the world. Back to you, Josephine.
Thank you. So why now? As you can see, the OSPAR Quality Status Report 2023 just got released 2 weeks ago, and it highlights that maybe some more and more stocks are fished at a level close to the maximum sustainable yields, but there's still a lot of impact on the ecosystem from fisheries that are still significant and are not addressed yet. So the report highlights different ecosystem indicators declining, one of which is the size of the fish that are caught, the situations of the food webs, the changing relation, predator-prey relations, and the dire situation of birds, of the seabirds breeding. And the two last indicators that I cited are that our scientists are directly linking those indicators to fishing activities. So there is a lot to do. And on top of that, the report also highlights the need to really pay attention to climate change and the need to really develop more adaptive approaches to what will come in the future. It's really, in general, the main call also is to prioritize the ecosystem approach. So this is really one of the main reasons we would like to bring this topic now and to push the conversation to really get the conversation going on, and the implementation as well for the ecosystem approach. There is, in addition to that, of course, new requirements that just arrived with the new global biodiversity framework. And we can already sense a movement in other international organizations, fisheries managers that are moving towards EBFM as well. So it is really now the right moment. And why here in the Northeast Atlantic? I would say that the Northeast Atlantic presents many ingredients that could really pave the way to a very successful implementation of the ecosystem-based fisheries management. We definitely see a lot of political commitments to the EBFM approach. So we have EBFM is even cited in several laws, the European CFP, so Common Fisheries Policy, the UK Fisheries Act, the Norway Natural Conservation Law, and especially in Iceland as well, there is more and more political commitments towards ecological approach. There is at the same time also a momentum towards requesting and providing advice at ecosystem level. So the politicians, the decision makers are requesting advice on how to on having more information about this ecosystem approach and the impacts of fishing in the ecosystem. So it is a great momentum, not only to ask the advice and receive it, but also to implement it directly into the management. There is, as you all know, in the Northeast Atlantic, a very well-established networks of scientific institutions and advisory bodies. It would be really sad not to use it, of course. And this networks have been developing very good systems for requesting, receiving, and following scientific advice. This is a very unique place in the fisheries world, and we really believe that the Northeast Atlantic is the perfect ground for the implementation of the ecosystem approach. And we are very happy to start this seminar with this introduction. I would like just to also inform you that at Pew and Siena together, we have been working on that already for a few years, and you will find on the table 2 fact sheets, two brief that are presenting a bit more in detail what the ecosystem-based approach is and how also it can be used as a tool also with have a strategy together. And we really we would like you to not hesitate to take that with you at home and read it and really learn very precisely what is in it. We thank you very much for listening, and now
Thank you.
giving the floor to
Yeah, thank you both. I would just say as well, I didn't say in my introductory remarks, that living in London, what a privilege it is to come to Iceland, where you actually get a bit of a sense of not only space, but of being in nature, which is something that I think is sadly lacking in East London, where I live. And so also very pleased to introduce again Togeda from the Icelandic Environment Association to well, welcome us, I hope, and thank you very much for having us in Iceland.
Yes, thank you for coming. Yeah, my name is Þorgerður. I'm the chair of Landvernd, and when I was a child, I got a very nature-based upbringing, and I very quickly knew a lot of names of plants and birds. But when it came to the marine life, I only knew a handful of fish, which all have in common being stocks who are utilized. So to this day, I am almost oblivious to most of the things that go on below the surface of the ocean. Even when I read about it and I educate myself, I am unable to sort of feel the ecosystems and the wilderness like we can do on land. And I think when we are talking about these ecosystems, this is by far the biggest obstacle when we try to get the public involved. And even for a nation like Iceland, the Icelandic nation, which is proudly a fishing nation, our focus on the ocean has been strictly on stocks which are utilized and not on the ecosystems as a whole. And I think that this way of thinking applies in a lot of places, but it is a very outdated one. For one, we will never fully understand all of the services that the ecosystems are providing us with. And in his book, Half Earth, Edward O. Wilson estimates that the number of species on Earth is between 7 and 8 million. And we have discovered around 2 million. And discovering a species is not the same as fully understanding the role of the species within the ecosystems which they thrive in. And therefore, when we are calculating effects of disruptions, we can only ever get an estimate and never the full truth. And secondly, we, and when I say we, I mean us humans, we need to start considering ourselves as part of nature and not a separate part, which is only getting services and estimating effects. We have an obligation to rewind the terrifying effects of the triple planetary crisis, which is climate change, pollution, and decline in biodiversity. It's not only for our own survival, but also because it's not justifiable that we keep on taking more and more from nature only for our benefits. And we have some agreements now already in place. We have the High Seas Treaty, we have the Kunming Montreal, and we have the OSPAR Commission, like you mentioned before, but signing a treaty is easy. It's fulfilling the treaty, which is the hard part. And the tools that the Icelandic government has to protect ocean life are quite weak. Laws are focused on protection from fishing methods and focus on bottom trawling, but it is crucial that we establish some no-take zones and put in place monitoring on the sites to measure effects from the protection, and that we protect these areas from all types of utilization, not only from fishing, because I think in the foreseeable future, we're going to have only an increased demand of using these areas for wind farms, for example, or for bottom mining. So we need better laws to protect these areas that we will choose to protect and restore to fulfill the treaties that we have signed. I really hope that we will all walk out of here later today having had some great discussions and got new ideas and enthusiasm for marine life. And I'm very much looking forward to hearing what you all have to say. And I want to thank Saina, is that how you pronounce it? Yeah, and the Pew Charitable Trust for hosting this event with us from Landvernd. Thank you.
Thank you. Great, thank you all. If I could ask you to swap seats and invite the members of the first of our panels to come and join me. So we should have, and again, apologies in advance for any pronunciation, but Bekir Bardason, Senior Fisheries Biologist with MFRI, Gudmunda Oskarsson, the Head of the Pelagic Division at MFRI, and Pamela Woods, Fisheries Specialist at MFRI. Thank you all. And I think what we wanted to cover in this panel, well, as the topic suggests, you know, for securing healthy food webs and biodiverse ecosystems, a bit of an Icelandic perspective, particularly on the science and management. So, and with this and the other panel later, I'm going to invite each of the panelists to present for about 10 minutes, and we will hear from them in turn, and then would very much like to open up the conversation to you in the audience in the room and joining us online. So without further ado, I think Bekir, going first, are you? And as I understand it, to talk about relations between capelin and its predators and what we can learn from that.
Thank you very much for inviting me to this venue. I'm very happy to discuss this topic. What I'm going to describe here is how we use a predation model to assess the fisheries of capelin in the area here in Iceland, East Greenland, Jan Mayen region. And I'm just okay. So I want to start to show you the trophic interactions of capelin within the food web. And as you in this ecosystem, capelin is a K4H species and feeding on the zooplankton and in actually making available the energy to larger predators like marine mammals, seabirds, and the important commercial stocks, and actually so having a key role in the whole ecosystem. And in an ecosystem like this, such ecosystem with one or few important species in the energy transfer, it's often called a WASP waste ecosystem, where the energy, you can think of it going through a very narrow waist of the WASP. And in this ecosystem, it will be mainly, in my point of view, through the capelin and perhaps through krill species as well. So when thinking about ecosystem approach, a focus on those species is essential. And yeah, I wanted to point out that we have seen that important predators are indeed caught saithe and haddock on the Icelandic shelf areas. And that is what we are going to account for. And also, I want to briefly point out that there are other potential effects of predators, for an instance, on recruitment of the capelin, but we are not yet accounting for that. Okay, just briefly, I want to show you the distribution of this species. It lives here in the Northeast Atlantic. You can see the purple area is the feeding area for the juveniles, and the green area is the feeding region for the mature capelin, and the red areas are where the mature capelin will migrate to spawn. And that will happen in its third year, and it will only spawn once in the lifetime and die. Well, that's at least the general trend for the species. So this means there is a huge transfer of energy from the northern areas into the shelf areas around Iceland. Just to explain, I want to show you briefly the life history of this species, and this is a growth curve showing how the species grows throughout its lifetime. And this is showing the increase in weight, and I have here in my green shadow the main path in this stock. And you can see here, as the juveniles or larvae are growing, you will have in the first year, you will have immature capelin, but when they in the summertime in the following year, when they will be feeding and growing, part of the stock will go through maturation and increase its weight increase, and in the spring or in March, April, they will eventually spawn and die. So we have two surveys in the year. We survey in the autumn and in the winter in like January, February. So this gives us insight, like I will just throw them all in here. So in the autumn, we will have a measurement of the juveniles, and that will give us a prospect of what to expect. And based on that, we will give advice. I will show you that afterwards. But in the autumn, the following year, we will get another measurement of the same year class, and that will be the maturing part in the autumn that we will use and project using a predation model towards spawning in March. And we will repeat that measurement in January, February, to increase our knowledge and accuracy in our projections. And I will show you that further. Just very short about the history. We have been observing this stock since the 1970s. Well, the fisheries started in the 1960s, and I think the first acoustic assessment occurred in 1978. And since then, we have been observing this stock and giving advice based on our acoustic measurements. And we have, throughout the years, we have been using an escapement rule where we have been advising that 400,000 tons will be left for spawning and leaving the rest for fisheries and the ecosystem. But as is a common practice within ICES, this stock is reviewed on a regular basis, and actually before 2009, I think it was, this stock was reviewed, and in a way the methodology was rejected as not being sustainable, since we were possibly not counting well enough for the predation and the natural mortality, and also we did not have a measure of we were not accounting for the uncertainty in our measurements. So in 2015, we came with a new harvest control rule based on a multi-species predation model and accounting for the uncertainties in our measurements, in our acoustic measurements. And we do this in 3 steps. We have the initial TSC, where we, as I described earlier, where we are using a juvenile index in the autumn to predict what's going to happen in 1.5 years in the spawning, and this is based on historical relationship. I will show you that briefly. Secondly, in the autumn, the year after, we will give what we call intermediate advice based on the acoustic measurements of the maturing part of the stock. And then we will, in the winter, we will measure once again, or even twice again, and give a final advice on the stock.
I'm going to interrupt you
Yes.
very briefly.
Yes.
If only because I think it's an easy example that I think probably we all know, but I should have said it up front. I know very little about EBFM. Many people in the room know much more, but can I just ask all speakers, when you're using acronyms, maybe on the first time, to spell them out? I think we probably all know TAC, but
Okay.
it reminded me that if it's okay, and sorry I didn't say anything earlier, but I would offer that to hopefully to all speakers. If they can help those of us who don't know as much as others in the room, would be great.
Okay, thank you very much
Yeah.
for the comment. TAC is total allowable catch, by the way. Okay, I want to show you briefly just an example of autumn survey as our measure of initial advice. And there you can see our tracks in the survey in the North Iceland, Northeast and East Greenland areas and the Jan Mayen area. And we get measures by acoustic measurement. And here you can see the relationship I mentioned. This is a simple regression rule, and we are from our measurements and advices throughout the years, we have a relationship correlation with the recruitment or the juvenile index. But we have, as a precautionary approach, we have made a 50 billion shift to be for certainly well below in our advice when we are advising our initial TAC. And we have a roof on 400,000 tons. So based on the juvenile index, we will never advise 400,000 tons, more than 400,000 tons. Here is an example on how we use this rule. We had a measure of high abundance of juveniles leading to something more than 400,000 tons, so reaching the roof. But really the expectations based on the history is that this should be giving catches of 680,000 tons. I will not dwell on that. Behind the predation model are our data series reaching as far back as 1982. I will not spend more time on this, but we have series on distribution and abundance of the predators and of the capelin. And we have from these series, they include stomach analysis and stuff like that. Okay, so I would just to show you a brief glimpse. This is from our last groundfish survey of where we are measuring the abundance and distribution of the predators. Sorry, this is the cod. Here you have saithe, and here you have haddock. And we bring all this together in our predation model. And here is the distribution of capelin within the stomachs of cod in the groundfish survey. So here we have a glimpse that this happens in March. So here we have a glimpse of the distribution just based on using the cod stomachs as a sampling device. And this gives us then the historical series. So you can see, just to give you a glimpse on what's behind our assumptions in the model. So here is an overview of like a spatial overview of the module assumptions. So we make the capelin migrate. Well, we simulate the migration of capelin around Iceland, from coming into the area east of Iceland, and then south and southwest. And while doing that, we estimate what is expected feeding of the predators in each area, and what is expected movement of biomass of capelin between areas in each period. And so this will simulate the predation of capelin going through these areas based on our information of distribution and abundance of the predators, and based on our information on their feeding habits. So, and here, as I mentioned before, earlier we were criticized for not accounting for the uncertainty in our advice, and now we by bootstrapping, we evaluate the uncertainty in our acoustic measurements. So here we have projection of the stock from autumn towards January, and that's in that period the capelin is outside the shelf areas mainly, and so it's in a different predation scheme. The demersal stocks on the Icelandic shelf, they cannot reach to the capelin, so there is a different predation, and in this case, our assumptions are that the growth of capelin and the natural mortality kind of even up, but also in that figure might also be, this is based on our historical data, might also be the difference between the accuracy of autumn versus winter surveys. But I'll not dwell on that. But here you can see where the predators on the shelf come in, and also included in this is assumption about the fishing fleet and the fishing pattern as we have observed it. So, and here you can see we have 3 measurements behind this, and each one we start in the autumn. This one will correct it a little bit, and in the end this one will be the final, basing the final advice and this protection on all the surveys. And by doing this, we are decreasing the uncertainty as we go on. But in the end, our advice is to leave 150,000 tons with 95% certainty. So that's where we want to be absolutely sure to leave a certain amount for spawning. But of course, included in this is our assumptions that we are leaving enough for predation of the key species in the ecosystem. And this example I'm showing you here, it is our last advice, our last protection, and we had an unusual situation where a lot of capelin appeared in February in an area north of Iceland, where normally the main stock would be migrating the path I just showed you, east and south of Iceland, but it was going the other way. But it appeared north of Iceland. We didn't know where it was going, so we gave an advice of that 2/3 should be fished north of Iceland, because we wanted to be certain that the component going the normal route would not be fished up, but instead that we will maintain the diversity in the stock. So this was kind of a measure taken further than the harvest control rule, as this situation is not predicted in the harvest control rule.
Thank you. Wrap up.
Okay, I will wrap up. So collaboration is very important in this, and has always been, and the new harvest control rule has pointed that very well out, and in following collaboration has increased, and you can see here how we are going out with 8 vessels to measure in as short time as possible. And this is simply a great collaboration, and everyone is on the same page how important it is to get good and exact measurements of the stock. So improvements, we have gone from single species surveys to ecosystem surveys. In the past, our surveys were focusing on single species. Now we are collecting all sorts of data in one survey from several components of the ecosystem. Timing of fishery is now halted until 15th of October, and that is to leave capelin longer for the ecosystem to benefit from it, and to protect juveniles from effects of fisheries. Capelin is likely to show early responses to the environmental changes, while high environmental variability in the habitat makes predictions a challenge. This is not a simple habitat here north of Iceland. There are quite some variability, and often we may not even see the global trends as obviously as in some other areas. Direct predation effects on the recruitment are not well known, and capelin predation model is limited to 3 predators, and while the other predators, for an instance, the marine mammals and seabirds, are likely to be important, and is something for us to look into in the future. Variability in migration patterns of capelin and distribution of predators exists. So the predation model assumptions might sometimes oversimplify the reality, and the ecosystems models are under development, while not yet ready, as an improvement of current single species or simple predation models for the assessment and advice. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. It's really interesting, and I think on balance a positive case study to kick off this afternoon's discussion. So thank you very much for that. And I would, if I can now, like to turn straight to Gudmundur. I believe he's going to talk a little bit about Iceland's role internationally in international fisheries, securing healthy food webs. Over to you, and we hope the tech now works.
It's just, yeah, okay, yeah, it's all in the same. Yeah, sure. Okay, thank you very much for inviting me here as well, and good afternoon, everybody. Before I start, this is the topic I choose to give presentation on here. So I'm focusing on the 3 large pelagic stocks and assessment and management of those here in Iceland and in Europe, actually. Just so everybody is on the same floor, the management itself, that is taking place during a coastal states meetings. The coastal states themselves, they decide on a management plan. They seek an advice to ICES, both on the fishing opportunities and also, of course, on the management strategy evaluation, how to utilize the stocks. They follow the management plan, but unfortunately, they have not agreed on how to share the stocks. That is causing the overfishing that all of you are aware of, but nonetheless, they are following the management strategy as such. So what I want to start with here is it forms kind of basis of my presentation. It's to give you a short summary of fish population dynamics. And if we start here on the left-hand side, that is the biomass for next year. To estimate the biomass for next year, we need to know, well, the biomass this year, and plus the recruitment that is taking place during this year, that adds to the biomass this year. Then, of course, the fish grows. On the other hand, there is minus mortality. There's mortality taking place, predation, and of course, we are catching also. We are taking catches from the stock. So this is, in a very simple way, the fish population dynamics. And as you can see it here on a graphical way also, there is this population, we get recruitment and growth in, mortality and catches out. Now, the catches, they themselves, they are pretty much known. We assume so, at least. And that is what we are trying to manage. We can have control on the fishery that it's taking place. On the other hand, the other variables, recruitment, growth, and mortality, this is all much more complicated, and they are a function of biological and environmental factors. And they are, as I say, subject to ecosystem-based fishery management. Now, what are we doing when it comes to ecosystem-based fishery management for these stocks? I didn't mention that. We are talking about the northeast at mackerel, and we are talking about the blue whiting, and we are talking about Norwegian spring spawning herring in this sense. And they feature, I will come more into that later, but they are feeding here in the Norwegian Sea and adjacent borders during the summertime, but they are widely distributed across European waters, all the way up to Barents Sea and further on. Now, we have within ICES system, we have the so-called working groups on integrated assessment. And we have it for the different water masses or ecoregions, as we call it. We have one for the Norwegian Sea. And this working group has been ongoing since 2014. And their focus is amongst to perform integrated assessment of the pelagic ecosystem in the Norwegian Sea and develop a framework for identifying important signals for management. Another terms of reference for this group is to do an annual review and revise the ecosystem status summary to report trends and recent changes. So, as I say, this group has met annually since 2014, and it's doing similar things as these sister groups in the ICES system, following these terms of reference, amongst others. And the special focus has been on these three important stocks that are feeding in the Norwegian Sea and adjacent waters. Here is just an example of what kind of work is taking place under this working group. They are collecting data on the ecosystem itself. And these are mainly taken from international ecosystem surveys that are taking place both in May and July. So we are not only focusing on the target species, we are focusing on the environment and the ecology of these areas, and we have been doing that since this. The one of them started in '95, and the other one in 2008 or so. So, in all both of the surveys, we are, as I say, we are collecting environmental. We're looking at the environmental variability and the ecosystem itself. Here is on the right-hand side, there is an example of index that is showing the abundance of zooplankton for the different areas, as an example. And this is kind of information that this group is looking at and trying to correlate with factors such as growth, etc. So, do we see any correlations between these environmental variabilities and these factors that I'm describing? Not so much. That is the simple answer. And we are still not utilizing this kind of information in the assessment and the management directly. When it comes to the growth, we have seen a density-dependent growth, both for the North Sea spring spawning herring and mackerel. And here's on the left-hand side, or right-hand side, I see there is this graph showing an example from a paper where we have this growth here on the, it's hard to say, on the upper graph. For example, in 2004, the growth started to decrease, and that was during a period when the stock size started to increase. So it's a clear dependency related growth. What are we doing with the growth then? How can we predict the growth? The best predictor is actually the weights before, the year before. That gives the best indication. As you can see, there is a strong autocorrelation in this data. So that is what we are using. We are using measured weights in the year before to predict the weights. Ideally, we could be using zooplankton index, etc., to predict, but that is not what we can do actually today. When you look at the recruitment variability, and that is, of course, a strong driving force in the stock dynamic of these stocks. Here's just a graph showing the variability. It's up and down for these three stocks throughout the time series since 1980. We don't need to focus on that, but there is a huge difference from year to year in this variation. And how can we predict what's going to happen? As with the growth, we don't have, I mean, there has been a lot of attempts to model and predict, find some correlations between recruitment and the environmental or ecological variables. In some cases, there has been success, but not in others. And the predictability power is normally very weak and too weak to be used for forecasting future recruitment. That is the fact. So measurements of recruitment success, which comes from example from a juvenile index and stock recruitment relationships, they are normally used in the stock assessment and as well as in management strategy evaluations. Predation and natural mortality, pretty much the same story. We are dealing here with the highly migratory stocks, and so they are subject to both spatial, temporal, and life stage variation in predation pressure, as you can imagine. Here is just a schematic representation of the distribution of these stocks. On left-hand side, mackerel, the blue line, the blue shaded area is actually the maximum distribution that we observed between 2013 and 2017, and it has been retracting eastwards since then. Blue whiting is more or less all over Northeast Atlantic. The herring stock, it is feeding in the North Sea since 2015 or so. It's also feeding here closer to Iceland, north of Iceland. So here we are only dealing with the adult populations, but when it comes to the juveniles, etc., it is much wider and much more complicated. And how to account for this when you are trying to estimate the predation, that is impossible. We don't have, as I say, reliable estimations on the predation pressure for these species. So basically what we are doing in the assessment, we are using fixed value of natural mortality as in most stocks within the IC system today. There are other management measures in place than strictly on the TAC or the total allowable catch. For example, there can be restriction on fishing areas to protect unwanted species or unwanted bycatch or juveniles. And as I say, these definitely fall into ecosystem-based fishery management. These are heavily exploited stocks, as many in the Northeast Atlantic. So therefore, successful management call for using best available science to assess the stock size and how much fish they can sustain. This is measured during the management strategy evaluations. Any multi-species and ecological consideration in management of these stocks requires scientific sound estimates of their stock size. Therefore, I'm quoting here Mark Dickey-Collas, gave a presentation on ICES Annual Science in Bilbao 2 weeks ago. And I think he is basically saying similar thing as I am saying, that ecosystem fishery-based management cannot be executed without strong stock assessments, forecast, and management strategy evaluations. Just in summary, these stocks are based on assessed, they are assessed and managed on the basis of single stock assessment models. The assessment input data for growth and recruitment are direct measurements, and not derived from ecological variables, while growth recruitment are controlled by and incorporated into ecological variability in a non-linear ways. You can say the natural mortality in these stocks depends on fixed value because the variation in predation pressure has been difficult to track and quantify. There are cases where infection mortality has been added to this I'm not going to discuss here, but there are management strategy evaluations for the stocks having the same way not considered ecological or environmental variables in future simulations. While it is important to study the ecological relationship and impacts of the environmental variables, we have to make use of relevant findings for sound and scientific advice on sustainable use of the species, and they must involve improvements of the existing advice. And to finalize, finally, the data series continue to grow. The series that I showed you earlier on ecosystem and environmental variability, and the goal is, of course, that at some point it will lead to a more robust ecosystem-based fishery management for these stocks. Thank you.
Thank you. Good as well, or I hope useful as well. And I think what you've done is really lay out some of the limitations and some of the challenges. So thank you very much for that. And then final speaker from this panel, at least, Pamela. And I believe you're going to talk a little about some of the tools that can be used to help put these considerations into management.
Yes, thank you for inviting me. This is a really fun session to be able to talk in. I'm actually going to switch gears a little bit and talk more about the social science part of ecosystem-based management from the Icelandic experience. So just to start out, I like to point out these 3 objectives of the UN Convention on Biological Diversity, because these are core to ecosystem-based management. One is conservation, the second is sustainable use of resources, and the third is fair and equitable sharing of the benefits. And these 3 objectives you can find in high-level fisheries policies, basically in any developing nation, developed nation, sorry.
and it's very interesting that this fair and equitable sharing part comes out very frequently in these policies. In Iceland here, we're set on the mid-Atlantic ridge, which means that underneath the sea is an extremely diverse habitat. There's things like hydrothermal vents, as well as extremely steep gradients. This is depth profile, so you can see very steep gradients quite close to shore where they're accessible to be fished. And you can also see that we're on the edge of where warm water drifting from the south to the north meets cold water, which produces very strong productivity in the local fisheries because it produces fronts that are very good for feeding grounds. And so here you can see sort of the industrialized fishing that's developed in this area. These are landings from about 1950 to 2020 from the Icelandic EEZ. And I'm just going to step through the timeline a little bit to show you some major points in the history of the development of fisheries management in Iceland. So we can start here with the herring collapse. So if you haven't heard of this, this is a major turning point in Icelandic history because here you can see there are several countries fishing within the Icelandic EEZ. And this, a very large pelagic, there was a very strong pelagic industry that picked up at this time and put in a lot of infrastructure into a lot of small communities here, as well as in Norway. But because there was no regulation, it led to very quickly to an overfished state, and basically the industry collapsed. It is also a little bit due to climate changes. Not long after this, a little over 10 years later, the EEZ was extended to 200 nautical miles. This is not unusual. A lot of other countries were doing this at the same time. And then not long after that, a vessel quota system was established, but you can see this happened at about the same time as cod reached a low in population status. So this was a little bit of a critical time in the history. And then not too long after that, maybe 10 years, a cod harvest control rule was implemented. That's an HCR. And so the harvest control rule is important because this was one of the first nations to actually develop and implement a harvest control rule. What this does is take away the argumentation that would happen year after year between the management and the stakeholders, because what the argumentation led to was inevitably an increase in the total allowable catch over scientific advice. But then soon after that, closer to the turn of the century, we have seen some shifts in the ecosystem. Some warm waters have been detected, much warmer waters in the area. And then some strange things have happened, like the capelin started to become scarce. There were some shifts in the demersal assemblages, demersal species assemblages. Mackerel arrived in the waters. And what this shows is that we don't actually know exactly, the full consequences of this, but things are changing in the area. About the same time, however, the harvest control rule for cod was tightened to a level that was suggested to be able to fish MSY in the long term. And very soon after that, cod came to a recovered state, and the cod and haddock received MSC certification, meaning that the industry got to reap the benefits of this recovery. So the Icelandic experience shows, therefore, a classic trade-off between the selfishness and competition that drives what's called the tragedy of the commons, and cooperation that facilitates sustainability. So when Hardin, this is on the bottom left, that's the economist Garrett Hardin. When he wrote The Tragedy of the Commons, he projected a very dim outlook for humanity as a whole, because he said that the only way out of this kind of downward spiral of the tragedy of the commons, where everybody tries to fish a common resource as fast as they can before their neighbor does, the only way out of this is extreme top-down government control or an extreme shift in morality. And neither of these are very likely. However, there are cases in which groups of people have cooperatively and sustainably harvested common natural resources. So his work has also spurned a new field of research, analyzing how people can and do cooperate to generate sustainable outcomes. And this is the work for which Elinor Ostrom in the top right, which you can't quite see, but received a Nobel Prize in 2009. She was the first female to get a Nobel Prize in economics. So if we look at the Icelandic history again, you can see that the herring collapse is an example of how quickly and severely a tragedy of the commons scenario can happen and dramatically affect the people. The EEZ and vessel quota system contained the scope of this general tragedy of the commons fisheries management problem. It contained the scope both ecologically and socially, because the scope only covers people within Iceland, and that is who the government can control. And also the biological stocks, a lot of the demersal ones happen to be pretty much covered by that EEZ. This is a kind of luxury that may not be possible, for example, in the case of shared stocks. And although I would not say that the quota system itself is an example of cooperation, what this vessel quota system did, following on the heels of the EEZ establishment, is incentivize a mentality for a common need for long-term sustainability among stakeholders, which can support a cooperative mentality and likely contributed to the success of the implementation of the harvest control rule so early. So as well, and there's also a variety of other conservation measures that I can't really go into today, but a lot of this cooperative mentality and importance in the long-term sustainability is what drives the ability for the fisheries management system to be successful here. So, however, the story is also one of speed and luck, because many of the measures that were put into place earlier than happened in many other developed nations, and this preempted stock collapses and a need for rebuilding. And trying to rebuild from a depleted state can be a much more difficult situation to escape from, both socially and ecologically. So speed is an important element here, because in Iceland things happen quickly, and that is in no small part due to a strong social network and national economic dependence that facilitates stakeholder involvement. So for example, it is not unusual to have bankers in the room when you have a stakeholder meeting. And it is also not unusual to be asked at the playground by other parents, how's the capeland doing? So luck is also important. The EEZ was established soon before the cod started running into problems, and not after. And overfishing cod was stopped about the same time as an ecosystem shift occurred, and not after. So if there's anything that we have learned about the effects of climate change in other ecosystems, it's that the combination of climate change and overfishing can have very unpredictable and bad outcomes. And that seems to be something that we've avoided here, at least so far. Okay, so this cooperation requires a strong social network. And if sustainability is to be successful, especially where a single government spanning the ecosystem is not possible, as in the case of shared stocks, then a really good place to start is by supporting cooperation and incentivizing a strong social network. Social networks not only provide opportunities as kind of climbing ladders of innovation, for example, providing, innovative or generating innovation, but they also dampen the risks of falling into undesirable states, and they provide a platform also for spreading out responsibility and accountability. And in the case of shared pelagic stocks, for example, greater interaction between stakeholders and managers, or greater organization of stakeholders within and across national borders, or the involvement of third parties could be useful. And speed is also important because, as you all know, most of these stocks are currently overfished. They're being overfished, but they're not yet in a poor state. But it's not long before they will be in a poor state if this continues. Okay, so there's a lot of social science research on these topics, and that I won't go into now. But the point is that to find effective solutions may require thinking outside the box, not only relying on government action, but on how government, industry, and stakeholders within different nations can work together to find a common solution. And so here are some of the points that come from social science research on how sustainability can be supported through governments, not necessarily only through government action. So some of the important points are a need for aligning common values, creating a common long-term future, strong leadership, analyzing economic incentives in the system, linking other sustainability initiatives, and then something more recent is generational justice, as we've seen in the news, and then using government mechanisms to support governance. Okay, and this kind of work I'll be continuing in a EU Horizon project called Marine Sabres. So be in touch if you're interested. This project is just starting and it'll be going on for a few years. Okay, thank
Great,
you.
Thank you very much. Indeed.
Okay.
Great. Thank you. Really interesting set of presentations to get us going. And I have to say that the last one, you know, I will admit that I'm much more at home in political science than I am in fisheries science. So great. Thank you for that. But I wonder then, you know, we heard what I think was a very sort of positive case study around Cape Lynn, and then some of the challenges around the sort of shared pelagic stocks. And I'm interested in hearing, I think, well, from each of you, overcoming the challenges that you described around some of those large pelagic stocks. How much of the challenge and hence the solution is around the complexity and the science and the biology? And how much of the challenge is the fact that those stocks are shared, which brings in sort of political complexity as well that needs to be navigated? I don't know if any of you would like to have a go at addressing that first. Yeah. I think it should just come on, yeah, if you start speaking. Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah. No, regarding, well, I think the challenges are more in biology. I mean, with respect to you know, there is no agreement between the coastal state sharing of the stocks. That is, of course, a concern, but I think that can be fixed. It should be fixed as soon as possible. It has been ongoing for too long time, but the main challenge remains in the biology and the ecosystem itself. How to improve what we are doing. There is a lot of room for improvements, that is for sure, for the assessment and management of this.
Thank you, Pamela.
I would partially agree with with Minder in that these stocks are so important as forage fish species at different parts of their life history, that they can have very strong impacts on the ecosystem. Fishing can, you know, these can echo into the ecosystem. And so I think the ecosystem science is extremely important as the basis of the management. And also because they're sort of schooling fish, there's a lot of that, like Guðmundur was saying in his talk, there is a lot of uncertainty surrounding the relationships and how this feeds into the ecosystem science and the basis for advice. So I think there is a lot of good science work that needs to be done. My concern about the political side is that the speed at which, so in part of my talk, I was trying to point out that the luck that Iceland has had in timing of things, because and generally government can do things fast, but sometimes if it doesn't do things fast, then the consequences are quite scary. So in this case, I think it's one of those consequences could be quite scary. And if the speed at which the government negotiations is just too slow, then perhaps we need to start thinking about other potential methods to solve that problem.
Thank you. Do you know that?
Yes, maybe. Can you hear me? Yeah. I think from my point of view, focusing a lot on the Cape Lynn actually, I think the hindrance for us to reach ecosystem-based management is largely lack of knowledge. It's yeah, to get as has often been mentioned here, to get precise enough data to support ecosystem management. That's where we lack. But I really think we are indeed trying to get there. We are changing all our sampling. We are trying to picture the ecosystem instead of individual stocks. But to bring it all together to an ecosystem management, that's where we need more knowledge and need more work in that direction. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me throw it open to the audience here, and as I mentioned earlier, online. Interested, well, your reactions to what you've heard, perhaps your answer to my question about where the challenges lie, but also any questions. And I would just ask if you are to take the floor, if you can use a mic, just so we can make sure people online. Yeah. Yeah, Justina. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Justyna Zajkowska, consultant to Pew and also to other NGOs. I have two questions. One is to Birkir's presentation. At one of the first slides, you show us Capelin trophic relations, and also you explained the transfer of energy in the ecosystem. And there was a mysterious question mark next to mackerel, blue whiting, and herring. Could you explain a little bit about it, what it means? And my second question is to all of you, because this panel is about healthy food webs. How would you describe a healthy food web in the marine ecosystem? Thank you.
That's a good one. Okay.
Okay, I will make a thesis about that.
You have 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you for asking for the question mark, because it was there for a reason. And that is the fact that in these trophic interactions, we really don't know the effects of the predators. This question mark was put on. It's like herring, mackerel. So the question is how to, like, if you take the herring, how is the size of the herring stock, the abundance of herring affecting the recruitment of the capelin? How heavily are they feeding when they are abundant? How heavily are they feeding on the eggs and the larvae of the capelin? And you can ask similar question about what happens like when you have an invasion of species like mackerel. In following the year 2010, I think we had like an invasion of this huge pelagic stock, and maybe luckily for capelin, mackerel prefers warmer water than capelin. But if there is coexistence of, for instance, mackerel and a capelin larva, what will happen? What effect does that event alone have? So that was behind the question mark. It's the lack of knowledge about the effects on the recruitment. Regarding the later one, yeah, it's healthy, you ask.
What was it? What counts as a healthy food web in the marine environment?
Yeah. Well, the short answer, I guess, is when we are not over exploiting parts of it, so it will have bad effects on the rest of the ecosystem. That's a very simplistic answer to that. I will leave the rest to the others. Thank you.
I like simple answers, but let's see whether either your colleagues want to complicate that.
No, really not. Well, our job at the institute is a lot towards providing fishery advice to the ministry, also doing research on the fishing opportunities, fish stocks, and the ecosystem itself. The way I will define a healthy ecosystem is basically that where we are utilizing in a sustainable way, and considering the interaction between the different components of the ecosystem. etc. We are not there totally yet, absolutely not, but at some point, hopefully, in the near future. And we should approach that, try to approach that.
I was just going to say, I heard that someone's going to talk about ecological indicators later, and I think that might be a good avenue to explore.
Thank you. Good. Let's take some more. So, Arnie, did you?
Yes, thank you. I won't comment on the stock assessment of the capelin or the North Atlantic pelagics now. I'll have an opportunity maybe to discuss them later on. But since I hadn't intended to say there what I'm going to say now, I want to take the opportunity. That regards Pamela's presentation, which is interesting. But there are some major events in the history of Icelandic fisheries management that are missing from the graph. And I think if you look at those events, I don't think you can draw the conclusion that we have been particularly lucky in this period. And actually, the approach that we have applied to our fisheries management was sort of staked out in 1948 in a legislation about the scientific management of the Icelandic economic zone. And it is from that the ITQ system was taken up in the mid-80s, when the Icelandic fishing industry was near to collapse because of overfishing of the major stocks. So that was not a stroke of luck. That was something that was very necessary, and the decision was taken based on something, a philosophy that was staked out long before. And the same thing applies to the advent of the catch rule in the mid-90s. That was also a follow-up on those decisions that I mentioned earlier. But then, after we took up the catch rule, we had 2 years running where there was a major overestimate of the cod stock, which was, and still is, the major stock in our fishery, which meant that in a period of 7 years, the quota had to be lowered extensively, probably, well, I'm sort of calculating in my mind, about 2/5. And in that period, only once was it possible to raise the quota in the cod. So this is not something that I would call luck, but it had to be managed based on an ideology staked out in 1948. And obviously, socioeconomics are a part of the ecosystem approach. And almost exactly during that time that we were recovering from the overestimates, then we decided on implementing a resource tax, which has a lot, I think, to do with the elements in the last slide that Pamela showed us. And basically, since then, the fisheries management hasn't been changed. It has been virtually unchanged for 20 years now. That might have been luck.
Thank you. Do you want to respond?
Sure. No, I think that's a good point to say that it's there's quite a bit of I'd say the difficult history of putting in these management regulations that I think it's absolutely true. My point with the luck was mainly that in comparison to other locations, that maybe luck is not the right way to put it, but things happen faster in Iceland. And perhaps because it was staked out so early, like you were saying, even if it's staked out that early in other locations, I don't think that it would have come, or it didn't get put into law, and it wasn't taken up. And the point of luck was was maybe not that, it does sound a bit facetious the way that you if you take your narrative, then calling it luck is a bit facetious, because it actually has to do with a lot more of an argumentation and strength of individuals trying to put the fisheries management in place quite early. In other places, this was in itself was not effective. And so the luck comes in the fact that in Iceland, these things could happen so quickly. So I don't know if that helps, join the kind of views. But
Thank you. Continue that over the coffee, but I do wonder if there's something, if we're thinking about what lessons we can take that you have learned in Iceland, I don't know whether there's something about what needs to be in place in order that one can get lucky. Yeah. And how do you capitalize on that? But thank you. Let's just see if we maybe one or two more, and then we'll come back to you guys for a final word. Yeah, please. Yeah, sorry, yes.
This is me. Okay. Yeah, I was not going to talk about the luck part, but I just want to say that when people estimate their performance in something that actually went well, and I think it applies to nations as well, we overestimate our own qualities and how well we are doing, and we underestimate the issue of luck. So I think you're quite right as well, that we have been very lucky in Iceland. But I just wanted to ask maybe all of you, but especially you from the Marine Research Institute, about bottom trawling and the effect on healthy ecosystems, and how the Marine Research Institute is planning on doing research on bottom trawling and the effects on the ecosystems.
Great, thank you. Before coming back, should we see if there's any other questions, JC?
Thank you. Jean-Christophe from Pew as well. My question is about Cape Lynn again, and about the notion of speed in decision making. I was wondering, we've seen that the relations between Cape Lynn and the commercial stocks are well, known, and you follow that very, very well. But you show that the relations between Cape Lynn and the mammals and the seabirds are less well known. I was wondering if it was linked, to the fact that the government simply doesn't ask you that question. I mean, historically, I suppose that, it's more important to focus on commercial stocks and the link with capelin, instead of, seeing if seabirds eat capelin and how much they eat and how much they need. So is it not also that lack of requests from the government that, leads to a lack of science, in a sense? Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, do you want to take that one? And if you want to also, not sure which of you wants to take the bottom trawling one, but if one of you can. Yeah.
Thank you. I would say that the story behind that is that the lack of inclusion of the predation of marine mammals and seabirds in our approach with our predation model is that, at least regarding the marine mammals, the main, the assumption, the initial assumption was that we are only, in our model, we are only predicting the period from January to March. That's when the capelin stock is on the Icelandic shelf areas in its spawning migration. And historically, we didn't have that much of whale predators, for an instance, mainly here thinking about humpback whales. But that is something that has been changing in recent years. The stock size has been going up, but also in the past they disappeared in the winter. But now there is a different situation. We see more of them during the winter, in these areas. So so that is something that has changed, but we don't have a measure of that change. So, and we don't have the information of the abundance and feeding of these species in the area. So that's kind of the story behind why it is not implemented in our predation model. But for sure, we will be looking into that direction in our future work.
Thank you.
There was within this question, there was this question about lack of requests from the government, and at least in my mind, I think this is the main cause. But and I think mainly, but of course, every institute has a limited finance, and overall that will limit us somewhat. But yeah. I hope this answers this somewhat.
Thank you. Gudmundur?
Yeah, I'm going to answer the question regarding the bottom troll and what we are doing in research of the impacts of bottom troll. That was the question. Well, I'm of course from the pelagic section, but I know that we have been doing different research throughout the years when it comes to bottom troll and impacts on the bottom. We have been doing some filming. We have in some closed area, for example, and doing some comparison with areas where there is a huge fishery ongoing. We have a very good data on where exactly where the fishing is taking place, the bottom troll surveys. We have been doing some research on fishing gear and how they can have different impacts on the bottom itself. So I'm sure we could do more, but yeah, this is so we have done a lot of things. That is the answer, but can for sure do better.
There's more to do. Thank you. Pamela, anything to add to on either of those? No? Great. Okay, thank you. We are, I'm afraid, up to time on this, the first panel. So thank you, all three of you, very much indeed for getting us going with such a sort of lively debate and outlining some of the challenges as well as some of the perhaps positive case studies that we can learn from. So thanks again. Thank you all. Shall we reconvene? Thanks all. So welcome back to then the second panel of this afternoon's discussions. Topic of this next round of presentations and discussions, putting the ecosystem at the center of fisheries management, and it's really about then how science can incorporate ecological and long-term considerations. And our panel to help us kick off this discussion, I hope we have joining us remotely from France, Verena Trenkel, who's senior researcher at IFREMER, which is the French Institute for Exploration of the Sea. And in the room with us, Jacob Bentley, principal scientist on marine ecosystem modeling from Natural England in the UK, and Ash Wilson, who is science officer working on international fisheries for the Pew Charitable Trusts. And as before, hope to hear from all three of them in turn, and then look forward to opening it up to you in the room and people I hope are still with us online for contributions and questions. So if that's okay, Verena, can you hear us okay?
Yes.
Great, and thank you very much for joining us remotely. So, and I'm sorry we can't share coffee and pastries with you in the room, but it's great to see you. So let me hand over first of all then to you, as I introduced you, senior researcher with IFREMER. And I think you're going to talk about ecosystem-based fisheries management, objectives, climate change, and how these environmental change impacts are feeding into scientific advice. So with thanks, and straight over to you. And I think Gonzalo here is going to help with the presentation. So just give him a shout when you need us to move the slides. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. If you could move to the first slide, please.
Sorry, we have the same tech problem. One sec.
Okay. Yes. Yes. So I'm going to talk about ecosystem-based fisheries management, the objectives, and climate change. And next, please. That's too fast. Yes, thank you. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Two very broad ecosystem-based fisheries objectives are to maintain ecosystem productivity while exploiting at multi-species maximum sustainable yield. So here's just a map of the modeling that was carried out a few years ago to estimate this potential maximum sustainable yield in areas around the world. The next, please. However, climate change is clearly impacting fishes' productivity. The changes we are observing are changes in increase in temperature, change in pH, oxygen is changing, currents change, and all that also leads to changes in primary production, and then, of course, impacts fish in different ways, which ultimately impacts the exploitation we can carry out. Next, please. So the question is, how are actually environmental change impacts feeding into scientific fishing advice? To find this out, next, please. ICES carried out an audit of the way environmental change considerations are feeding into its advice process. And what you see here on the screen is a diagram which represents the advice process ICES has. With in the center, in the middle, marked as number 1, very central, stock assessments. Number 2, short-term forecasts, mixed fishery advice. Number 4, management strategy evaluation, advice drafting. Number 5, and then the other elements. So basically, this is a representation of the advice process. And the audit covered the different elements, which can be either in different groups or different steps of a process, which at the end of the day leads to advice that is delivered for the stocks in the Northeast Atlantic, and which then leads to the recommendations ICES is providing to its clients. Next, please. So more precisely, how did they go about it? They wanted to know how environmental changes were accounted for in the different steps of this advice cycle. So as I've just explained to you, but there are these steps. And so what the questionnaire covered was to find out the different ways. And there was a list of ways this could be done, which was defined. So for stock assessment, forecast, and management plans, the different ways the changes could be incorporated, from change in length distributions to different ways of handling changes in recruitment and stock recruitment relationships, and then also for the other elements in the advice cycle. Please, next. So overall, ICES provides advice for 265 stocks. And the overall result is shown here, divided into small pelagics on the right and other species on the left. The audit had these different questions, and the answer was on different levels. There were different scores that could be given to how actually information on changing environment was being included, and that went to from.
Sorry, can I just ask you to pause 1 minute? We've just lost some visuals in the room. Oh, I'm sorry, we're back. Sorry to interrupt you. Carry on.
Oh, okay. Yeah, just let me know, because for me it remains stable, so I didn't notice. So basically, the scores that were possible for the answers went from quantitatively incorporated this kind of information to not used or not available, or in white, the stocks for which the audit wasn't filled in, the questionnaire wasn't filled in. So what you can see is just visually, the dark blue color is the quantitative inclusion in the different steps. So from left to right, we have stock assessment, short-term forecast, mixed fisheries advice, rebuilding plans, managed strategy evaluation, advice climate change advice and distributions. And as you can see, there's a big difference between the small pelagics on the right and the other species on the left, because for most small pelagic stocks, environmental change elements are coming into the advice process at different steps. So these are the different blue, dark blue bars, whereas this is much less the case for all other species. So one explanation for this is that small pelagics are very much determined by environmental change. Due to their biology, they are wide-ranging, they are very much depending and influenced by various climate change impacts or environment impacts in general. And so that might be actually that because of these changes being more visible, more detectable, that they also, and because of that, are finding their way into the advice process. Next, please. Just having a, do you still see?
Yeah, we're great, thank you.
Okay. In terms of the factors that could be accounted for in the management strategy evaluation for the management plans being carried out for management plans, so there were different possibilities from 2 ways of accounting for changes in stock recruitment or in recruitment, and also accounting for changing weight, maturity, or natural mortality. Overall, I have to say this is a very small number of stocks for which ICES has carried out or elaborated management plans, only 30 stocks, so this is a much smaller number. And what you can see is that for these, it's much less common that actually environmental change via these variables is being considered in this plan. So it's not as common, but it's happening. Next, please. So overall, what we can say based on this audit and what we know before, well, we know that environmental change is impacting ecosystems and populations. Within the ICES advice cycle, these changes are feeding into the advice process in a rather ad hoc manner. ICES had to carry out an audit to know what was going on, which is, I guess, quite telling. But it is happening. It's happening primarily for small pelagic stocks. However, the climate change, environmental variability calls for more comprehensive and systematic approach. Basically, what we should aim for is that it's not just happening because somebody is interested in the topic or somebody happens to have looked at some relationships and then brings it to ICES and makes sure it feeds into the advice cycle, but rather what we need now is a more comprehensive approach, systematically looking at what's changing, how is it impacting the stocks, and then feeding that into the advice for all stocks. So basically, we need to make the stock assessment, even the single species stock assessment, more comprehensive, bring in these elements of environmental change, of impacts, which are not also, of course, environmental impact, because they also represent interaction between species. So basically, that's a first step. If we make this more comprehensive and we actually communicate about it, then that's a first step to really going towards ecosystem-based fisheries advice. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Verena. Okay, and hopefully we are good to go. So thanks again, Verena, and let me hand over to Jacob Bentley, as I said, from Natural England in the UK, hopefully to then look at some examples of how some of those other considerations are brought into advice.
Thank you very much for inviting me. It's really great to be here to talk about ecosystem-based management and fisheries and how we're starting to integrate some environmental aspects into fisheries advice, particularly through the lens of ICES, but also some other stuff that's going on in the West Atlantic that I'm going to talk about. But Verena's talk was really useful to come first, because I guess that covered a lot of the ways that environmental information is implicitly getting into our stock assessments, which are the rock for ecosystem-based fisheries management at the moment. And a few of the examples I'll be giving are looking at how we're more directly starting to, I guess, build new routes to integrate ecosystem information in a kind of collaborative way that works with the fishing industry and other stakeholders, as well as policy and decision makers. So first slide is just a bit of a preamble, which really nicely builds on what Verena was saying about how stock assessments, they are this rock for ecosystem-based fisheries management at the moment. Implicitly, loads of different routes for ecosystem information has been feeding into them, the way that we're varying natural mortality to account for predators' needs, essentially, the ways that we're looking at mixed fisheries advice, the ways that we're setting kind of escapement rules for small pelagic fish. So this is kind of the implicit way that it's getting into advice. But I guess the bit that excites me and the bit that I work on a lot at the moment is trying to work within the confines of the policy framework we have to identify new routes for developing things like ecosystem reference points, where we can start looking at the ecosystem around species that we're interested in or that we're targeting, that are commercially important or important for food webs, and start identifying new management objectives or new tools to identify how we can more sustainably manage species for commercial fisheries, but also how we can more sustainably manage them for the wider food web. And the examples that I'm going to present, I think a lot of the emphasis should be placed on the journey that's gone into creating these examples, because I think a lot of them getting through to actually become operational in an advice context wouldn't have happened without the support of the fishing industry, questions from industry, NGO support, and then stakeholders, ecosystem researchers, stock assessors being in the same room to understand different processes so we can actually find routes to operationalize ecosystem information, which has been relatively hard in the past. So the examples I'll give, they focus on the use of ecosystem modeling in combination with single species modeling. So before I go into the examples, I thought I'd give a brief overview of what ecosystem modeling is, because it's quite spectrum, and depending on who you're talking to, they'll have a different concept of what it is. So starting at the bottom, you have physical models, which look at the oceanographic conditions of marine areas. Then you move up to biogeochemical models, which focus more on kind of lower trophic organisms, plankton, phytoplankton, nutrients, and how they interact. Then you go up to these models of intermediate complexity, or MICE models, as they're referred to, which tend to include a group of fish to some resolution and then the fishing interactions. Then you go one step higher to food web models, and it's kind of quite complex at this stand because you're looking at a whole ecosystem from everything from detritus and phytoplankton all the way up through fish, marine mammals, and then you have climate forcing and things like that, and fisheries interactions. And more we're looking at more sectors for incorporating the impacts of offshore renewables and how that interacts with the fishing sector and then how that impacts the ecosystem. So it gets complex. But then you get these end-to-end models as well, which sit at the top, and they tend to include socioeconomic aspects as well. So it can get really complicated the higher you move up. But where we're finding a lot of momentum at the moment is in using these food web models. So they're relatively complex. They look at the whole ecosystem, and we're using them to build a strategic picture of how the ecosystem functions, what's important in the food web, and then incorporating that information into stock assessments. So the first example I'll give is the new ICES ecosystem-based fishing reference point, which is called FECO. This was built over a period of 5 years, following a request from the fishing industry. So from the fishing industry and a group of the Northwestern Waters Advisory Council, who wanted to better understand the environmental drivers in the Irish Sea, because despite reductions in fishing effort, which they were led to believe would lead to recoveries in stocks didn't recover. So they wanted to know what was happening in the environment to stop some stocks from recovering. So this process started with them. It was a collaboration over 5 years. And the principle of the FECO reference point is that you better understand some ecosystem information about a stock that impacts its productivity in some way. So we know, for example, temperature is applied at the moment to the assessment in cod as an FECO reference point, because we know temperature is linked to its productivity. The path to building an FECO indicator is you start by identifying where there's a need. So it's not applied universally. You identify a stock where we know something in the ecosystem or something in the environment is driving its production. You then develop an ecosystem model which goes alongside, and it tells you, okay, this environmental driver is important for the stock and you need to include it in your stock assessment. So you identify that indicator, and then that indicator is taken and it's applied to the ICES precautionary pretty good yield range. So at ICES, when they supply fishing advice, they give an FMSY range for some stocks that go from FMSY lower to FMSY upper. And what FECO does is it looks at the current state of the ecosystem and scales where F should sit within that. So for example, with cod in the Irish Sea, if we know that temperature is particularly bad in a certain year where we expect it negatively impacted recruitment, we'll suggest an F lower in that range. So there's a less of a cumulative impact. Same when temperature's been relatively good and we expect that production is going to be quite good, we can suggest an upper range. So it stops advice being overly precautious, but also tries to protect the stock if we expect there's some kind of cumulative impact going on. This has been successful because it's quite pragmatic. So we're using ecosystem information and then plugging it into the existing single species framework. So it's staying within the precautionary bounds of what ICES considers to be precautionary reference to MSY. The second example I'm going to give is for Atlantic menhaden. So this developed for the Atlantic menhaden, which is a forage fish stock in the West Atlantic. It's developed almost in parallel with FECO over the same time period. And like FECO, this was developed with the fishing industry who first identified the issue. I think it was the recreational fishery for striped bass and other predators of menhaden identified that if the fishing industry or if there's a depletion in this forage fish, it's going to have negative impacts for predators. So where FECO looked at the impact of the environment on the stock productivity, this ecological reference point that's developed for menhaden is more looking at the impact of the stock on predators. So how can we better manage a fishery to support the needs of predators as well? So the way this works is very similar. First, you identify where there may be a need for an ecological reference point. You then tailor and review an ecosystem model to see how changes in fishing on that forage fish, how do the predators in the food web respond? And this was very much focused. So this was a model of intermediate complexity. So a mice model that focused mainly on the fish component of the ecosystem, but the same principle could apply to mammals and seabirds. So then you use this model to identify which predators are most significantly impacted by prey availability. And they use this to produce kind of a trade-off curve. So you see on the plot on the bottom, on the x-axis at the bottom, you have the fishing mortality for menhaden, and on the y-axis, you have the biomass of striped bass, so the predator. And you can see that, so striped bass, we're assuming is being fished at a constant level. But the more you fish menhaden along the bottom, you see that the biomass of striped bass that can be reached lessens because there's less prey in the system to support its production. So the idea is you want to look at your fishing mortality for the forage fish and scale it to a level where you can still achieve the biomass target of the predators while you're fishing them at the level that you want as well. The third and final example I want to introduce is management strategy evaluation and some advancements we're looking at developing here. So this builds into a lot of the work that's been discussed so far on management strategy evaluation and how it's used to assess the risk of advice, look at different management strategies. And it's also important to say that this is also a tool that can be used in the context with stakeholders to help guide through certain decisions. So what we're doing here, again, like the other two approaches, it's pragmatic. We're relying on a tool that's kind of ingrained within policy regulation at the moment. So an MSC framework that examples we've been using for sprat and mackerel are using models that are used in the stock assessment, but we're informing them with ecosystem information that comes from this ecosystem model. So there's kind of two loops. There's the ecosystem model loop, where you have a model that's reviewed in this context by ICES and it's updated regularly, built with industry and other partners where possible. And then from that, you can extract ecosystem information such as background mortality related to things like changing temperature or food availability, and predation pressures. And then you can put that into an MSC framework and look to see if your advice rules as they stand are robust relative to changes in the environment, or if something in the advice may need to change to adapt to changes in the environment. So I guess for all these examples I've showed, there's kind of three key components that link through all of them. The first is that they tend to be co-developed. So they've been built with stakeholders, with NGOs, with the industry, but also in the room with policy and decision makers. They are pragmatic in the sense they fit into the existing advice structure. And yeah, I think that covers it pretty much. But so going through them, so the first key point of co-development and why this has been important for actually delivering these new mechanisms. So the information isn't getting through implicitly. It's new approaches that are being developed independently. And there's kind of keys to success for getting that through. And the first one is positive co-development. So I take here some lessons that were learned through ICES WK Irish, which is the benchmark for the Irish Sea. that led to the development of the ecosystem reference point for ICs. So the first point was that the research was requested by the stakeholders, so industry and decision makers. There was already investment from the start in this approach, and it was to see the benefit for sustainable fisheries for the industry, but also lead to benefits for the ecosystem. We made sure that trust was established prior to the process of co-developing these models. So we built on a lot of relationships that existed. So for in the Irish Sea, for example, we had people like Dave Reed and Debbie Projeski, who worked with the fishing industry and others for years, leading these processes and kind of working with stakeholders to make sure their needs were met through these processes. Stakeholders were present at every stage, and that even includes the stock assessment stage. So I think I remember 1 week in WK Irish where they had a week to finish the stock assessments, but we also had fishing industry present in the room. It was amazing to get kind of the balance of needs to deliver the work, but also how that kind of balanced out with the needs of the industry to see some quota or something delivered at the end of the week. Knowledge always being shared and not harvested. So these processes often lead to new questions, which integrated into further research and further collaboration, and then making sure that there's ownership of the outputs and it's disseminated to stakeholders and everyone throughout. The second part, I guess, was having an environment where these kind of decisions can be built. And a lot of my work is through ICs, and we've seen from some of the other talks that ecosystem-based fisheries management is at the heart of IC's advice. It's already in a lot of stock assessments, and ecosystem work is incredibly prevalent throughout a lot of the science work that goes on at ICs. So, for example, the integrated ecosystem assessment groups and others doesn't necessarily make it through to advice, often because it's not requested. But that science is there, and a lot of it is ready to go depending on the requests that are coming in. There are also frameworks within ICs, such as the new framework for ecosystem-informed science and advice. So it's looking at ecosystem-based management, and it's giving kind of context of how ecosystem information could be integrated into advice and what the risks are and how that links to trade-offs. And finally, I just wanted to flag that there's going to be a, oh, sorry, the screen's gone outside. I can say it anyway. So there's going to be a IC's workshop early next year called WK Food Web. The purpose of this workshop is to look at food web information and indicators and see how we could better integrate that into IC's advice products. And this is kind of in response to a lot of the requests that are coming from requesters of IC's advice to explore ecosystem components of advice. And the final bit is being pragmatic and embracing pragmatic steps, because these changes that I've showed, they're relatively small steps in terms of our ambitions. We have big ambitions to incorporate a lot of socioeconomic information, and as we move forward towards EBFM, we want to look at multi-species maximum sustainable yields and other types of interactions. Whereas what we've done here and currently at the moment, we've taken ecosystem information and we've plugged it into an existing framework. So there are steps towards EBFM there, but it's not dramatic. It's not these large steps. But I'd argue that these small steps are incredibly important. So these changes that have happened so far have been incredibly beneficial in terms of the discussions they've sparked, the new innovation, the integration into new products. FECO, for example, is now being rolled out in the Baltic, around the Iberian coast, and for other areas around the North Sea. And I guess if there's enough of these small steps eventually as well, the intention is that they'll start to lead to changes in the way that advice is being requested. So the small steps may eventually lead to larger steps that will get to us where we want to go. I think that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks a lot, Jacob. I think it's striking as, so far as I understood what you were saying, how important is the request for the advice coming in the first place. And I was interested in the examples you used where actually that was coming from the industry. It's not just NGOs banging on about it, but it's industry and decision makers who want that level of advice, which is, I think, hopefully a good segue into the third of the presentations for this panel from Ash Wilson, looking more again about the importance of stakeholder engagement.
Just check everyone can hear me okay. Everyone good? Yeah, so hi everyone, I'm Ash Wilson, as Martin introduced. I'm a science officer at the Pew Charitable Trust, and I work in the International Fisheries Project, which supports this project that we've been talking about in the Northeast Atlantic, looking at ecosystem-based fisheries management. So we've just heard from Verena and Jacob what has and is being done and needs to be done further by ICs to incorporate ecological long-term considerations into the scientific advice for delivery of EBFM. And we've also heard of the management strategy evaluation framework and its use as a tool to inform managers on particular harvest strategies that may be robust to changes in ecosystem and environmental conditions. But I'm really here to talk about a bit further how this process can be supplemented with inclusive stakeholder engagement. As Jacob alluded, it's like having co-development processes is really important and can provide a vehicle for EBFM. So this first slide is really about kind of getting through some of the acronyms and jargon. On the left is a typical harvest strategy development process, and when I say harvest strategy, there's a lot of different terms that are being used that and others may be more familiar with long-term management strategy in this region of the world, or management procedure in other parts of the world. But I'll use harvest strategies, and I mean long-term management strategies. So there's a trend towards this kind of harvest strategy approach in internationally managed fisheries that Pew engage and work in. We would do a lot of work in tuna RFMOs, but also other non-tuna RFMOs. And the aim of a harvest strategy approach is to meet predefined management objectives through the use of harvest control rules, which you've also heard about in the Capelin example, and other examples from WK Irish, etc. So in harvest strategy development, it relies on the management strategy evaluation, or MSE, to test the harvest control rules and reference points. And the key points here are that it's a vehicle for ecosystem-based fisheries management, or ecosystem approach to fisheries management, depending on the definitions or terms that people use. And it provides this opportunity for stakeholder engagement and input at key stages throughout this kind of process. So you can kind of see up here, I've just added to this diagram, like stakeholder input can happen early on in the process, which is like selecting the management objectives for the fishery. And then it can happen throughout the management strategy evaluation development process, which involves iterative exchange between scientists, managers, and ideally with stakeholder input. And I'll touch on some of these points a bit further in a bit further detail in a minute. And then we have like the kind of stakeholder input at the decision point, which is when you kind of adopt, hopefully, a robust harvest strategy after you've conducted a management strategy evaluation, as well as in the kind of review and feedback kind of process of, did that harvest strategy actually in the end meet its objectives? So stakeholder engagement and collaboration, it's both harvest strategies and EBFM approaches kind of promote stakeholder engagement and collaboration. It's needed to, like in our opinion, to kind of do this work successfully. And stakeholders, when I say stakeholders, it could typically be scientists, managers, fishers, indigenous groups, NGOs, processors. There's a whole other list of people, stakeholders as well, that may be relevant here. But it's, when you start the process, it's important to identify these groups and have a diverse set of perspectives included. And why is that important? Well, stakeholders can provide unique data, knowledge, and information at different stages in the process. But it's obviously important how the scientists and managers incorporate and collaborate in this process to kind of integrate that knowledge and information. I wanted to flag that ICES has a stakeholder engagement strategy that was recently developed, and that kind of provides a framework for ICES to kind of go about engaging stakeholders in its science work going forward. But the key question is, but what about the management side, particularly in the Northeast Atlantic, where we have multilateral fora, and obviously we have national level kind of consultations, which will be important, but how do we engage stakeholders at that multilateral level to kind of engage in harvest strategy development? So this is a similar diagram to the first one we saw. It's just kind of, but it kind of puts on the left side scientists' kind of role in the process of a harvest strategy or a management strategy development process. And then you kind of lump together in that dark gray column would be the managers with stakeholder inputs. And the management strategy evaluation process can be used for the ecosystem approach, but it requires the development of EBFM related management objectives at the outset. It would, and these might include things like set-asides for predators or bycatch caps or other kind of important kind of factors for the ecosystem health. And then you may have different acceptable risk levels or tolerances, like maybe because of the value of forage fish for the ecosystem, maybe you would consider different levels of risk in relation to depleting the stock compared to others. And then you would use stakeholder inputs for reference points, harvest control rules, understanding and defining the uncertainties that are associated in the system of management, as well as in the science part of the process. And importantly, a foundation of that is the models. So you can look at single species, multi-species, ecosystem models and hybrid approaches. And I suppose one other factor is looking at robustness and sensitivity tests. These can be important because you could look at impacts of climate on recruitment or growth of a stock, for example, if you had some kind of plausible ideas of interactions in that space. So it's important, you need a diverse group of stakeholders that's multi and interdisciplinary, has a diverse set of perspectives, and you also need structures and process that allow for inclusive, open and dialogue-driven engagement. So taking those steps in that previous diagram, we kind of did a comparison of how stakeholders are engaged in harvest strategy development in different kind of regional fisheries management organizations. So we chose a few case studies. And Atlantic bluefin tuna for ICAT, Greenland halibut for NAFO, Atlantic mackerel in the Northeast Atlantic coastal states. I put NIAF just because it's the RFMO, but this is from another paper. It's the Northeast Atlantic coastal states decision-making process. And then there's the Pacific SARI in the North Pacific Fisheries Commission. And what was clear from all of these case studies is in stakeholder engagement varies in harvest strategy development between the case studies, but having some form of dedicated structure for stakeholder engagement does help kind of get through the challenges and barriers and hurdles that you may face when developing a harvest strategy. And the mackerel case study highlighted something that's slightly different is happening in the Northeast Atlantic coastal states process. The good news is that we have a rich history of developing long-term management strategies. That's great. So it's not the fact that we're opposed to managing stocks with management plans and having harvest control rules, but there are limits on the open inclusive stakeholder inputs, particularly at the multilateral level. And this is where it kind of comes down the difference in terms of how the RFMOs operate compared to the coastal states processes, where you have kind of consultation processes at the local level versus engagement and co-development processes in some of the other RFMOs. And there's also typically this kind of silos between the management and ICs in the way that the MSCs are delivered. But I'll come back to more on that in a minute. There's also political hurdles, things like allocation, which we know can kind of create roadblocks to developing a harvest strategy or adopting one at the very least. And that can lead to wasted opportunities and resources. The mackerel case study, and we're still not yet at the stage of kind of utilizing that advice that was produced by IC's experts, which I think is a shame. And this can happen in other forums, but at least having these dialogue groups enables you to kind of move through some of these independent of other hurdles like allocation. So final slide. Oh, no, not that one. We'll go back one, shall we? Oh, 2. Yeah, I'll be brief on this. So we just kind of looked to kind of characterize the Northeast Atlantic coastal state system in harbour strategy and MSE development. And we kind of highlighted there's a few bottlenecks when it comes to stakeholder engagement, particularly at the managing and at the science policy interface. So the biggest issue is the limited stakeholder engagement at the coastal states meetings. There is now observation of plenary meetings, which is great development, but there really isn't the mechanistic process for MSE development with stakeholder input in the same way that you get in other RFMOs, which is a shame. And when you push that MSE request, which do get developed into the ICES system, we find that the ICES system is actually very open to stakeholders, but it does have limitations in terms of the diversity of stakeholders who are willing to engage in the technical matter and the buy-in that they have, maybe because they're not previously engaged in the process of developing the MSE request. Who knows, maybe that's a question for us to discuss. But also the RFMOs tend to have a more iterative development process when it comes to MSEs and conducting MSE. And so there's chance to have feedback processes and refine the results and move through and into MP adoption. I'll skip the rest of the slide, but hopefully that kind of highlights that is a lot towards the left side is and the very far right is due to governance structures and processes. So quick reflections. So harbour strategy and EBF approaches increasingly are asked for in international fisheries management. Stakeholder engagement is a collaboration is a crucial tool. And harbour strategy development using MSE provides opportunities for stakeholder input and a way of integrating ecosystem considerations. Many other RFMOs have formalized structures and processes, such as dialogue groups for MSE that engage scientists, managers, and other stakeholders iteratively in the development of harvest strategies or long-term management strategies. And the Northeast coastal states, Atlantic coastal states have stakeholder consultations, which is good, but inputs are more limited and opaque than several other fora internationally. So I think there's room for improvement. I think it's fair to say there's room for improvement in the management part of the processes and at the policy science interface when developing long-term management strategies. And I think we should be discussing how to improve the overall system of governance in the Northeast Atlantic. And does this require new structures and processes for engaging stakeholders? Who is responsible? What models of governance? Are there costs and benefits, trade-offs that need to be considered? And maybe we need some form of EBFM roadmap, which harnesses MSE as a tool to deliver. That's it.
So, thank you. Thanks a lot, Ash and Verena and Jacob. Gonzalo, I'm wondering, can we just stop the screen sharing so we can hopefully see Verena back on screen? I mean, I'm not going to try and summarize that, but I would like to kick us off maybe by asking all three of you a question. And I think, you know, from the examples you gave, there's certainly some sense of progress being ratcheted up, but perhaps also how much is dependent on actually the requests for this type of advice coming in. You talked about actually quite a variety of levels of stakeholder engagement. There's examples then also of advice not being utilized. Maybe this is a big question. I'm going to ask you for a quick answer. Is what's the next step that's necessary for this sort of work to be implemented in a more sort of systematic way? Is it about governance, which you touched on, Ash? Is governance enough? What else? What would you recommend as sort of the next step to help institutionalize this sort of approach? I don't know whether, Verena, do you want to have a go at that one first?
I think, I mean, the next steps, I guess what I presented was with the ICES system and what's going on there. And for me, the next step there is actually to make things more visible and systematic in terms of, I mean, ICES over the decades worked a lot on harmonizing and providing standards. But the advice sheet, for example, is something which was developed. It's very standardized, but it doesn't, that should actually does not allow to see that behind an advice, there's quite different information feeding into it, and that so I think there's on that side in terms of a communication, what's going on, that's something which can be more standardized. And then also on the other side, in terms of for which stocks we have a look whether something needs to be considered. I guess it was one of the examples that was shown that, of course, but if you include environmental variability, it needs to have an impact. But in order to know it has an impact, somebody has to look. And right now, the somebody has to look is a bit left to who's ever interested, to whoever gets the funding. So there's a bit of yeah, which stocks get lucky to get people. So I think there are these two sides, at least within the ICES process, in terms of looking at it more systematically and reporting on it, being more clear about it. But that's just within the current advice system. But I think the things that are also being developed within ICES probably will lead to the advice changing in the future in some way to be able to actually report on that and make sure it fits, it's visible, these additional things that have been developed.
Great, thank you. There's something I picked up from the previous panel as well, was this question about how do we move beyond luck, or how do we make it more likely that we will be lucky in the future? I don't know, Jacob, do you want to add?
Yeah, no, I totally disagree with everything that Verena said, especially about the need for something a bit more systematic and comprehensive. I guess within ICES as well. So we have, as I mentioned, we have the science part of ICES where a lot of ecosystem work is going on, particularly within the integrated ecosystem assessment working groups. A lot of them are looking at trends between the environment, ecosystems, and commercially fished stocks. I guess there tends to be a lack of join up within ICES between these groups and then the stock assessment working groups. That wasn't the case for ICES WK Irish, where stock assessors, ecosystem researchers from these IEA groups, and then the wider stakeholder community and decision makers came together. And that helped integrate that information, which led to some kind of operational form of EBFM. I guess my concern is I don't want WK Irish to become a unicorn that everyone talks about. It's this amazing event that only happened once, because I think there is potential for it to be kind of, I guess, duplicated. It will be hard to duplicate because it's such a co-development process. It will have a different fingerprint for different regions. But there's something in that where it's bringing together these different parts of ICES to deliver on this advice, because the science is there. It just needs to be delivered. But then I guess on the governance side, I don't know if Ash wants to say a bit more, but from my experience, the requests aren't coming through too fast for ecosystem information. A lot of the times requesters are sticking to, I guess, what you consider to be the legal minimum of MSY, and not necessarily how fishing at MSY might impact the wider ecosystem from that point of view. But those requests are coming through, especially as we're seeing the environment having a greater impact on ecosystem services. I think there was a request recently to ICES from the European Union and others to see how predators are considered in the advice for forage fish. So it is coming from governance, hopefully, as well. We just need to move away from that legal minimum.
Great, thanks. What's the harvest control rule for unicorns? But we'll leave that for another workshop. Ash.
Yeah, I just like to echo and agree with both panelists. And I think the point around communicating the implicit elements of the ICES advice is important for ICES to do, to explain where it is and isn't looking at kind of the continuum of EBFM or EAFM in its advice products, and being clear about what it's offering managers, being more explicit about it. And you probably could tell from my presentation that I think the governance side of the process needs to catch up a little bit. I think there's some good examples, like, I don't want to make a unicorn out of WK Irish, but there's some good examples that we have, on our doorstep in the Northeast Atlantic, where we've used this kind of co-development approach. But coordinating that at a multilateral level requires, it requires someone to take a step forward and coordinate. It requires a work plan, and you can look to other RFMOs for how they've done this in practice. And I don't think there is a one size fits all way of doing kind of the dialogue groups, but there's definitely things that can be learned about how how to kind of set them out and have a planning process, and having it appropriately funded and having a timetable for delivery that kind of helps push people along. It needs push and pull from both sides. I think science have been doing a great job of kind of offering up potential for advice for managers to kind of include ecosystem considerations, but I think it does require that extra step from managers to kind of to push it in, or pull it in. So yeah, I'll leave it there.
Thanks, Ash. Gonzalo, did we have some online?
So good afternoon again. I will read out 2 questions. I think they just turned to 3. No, it's 2 questions. First, I have a question from Philip Stamp from OSPAR, who will participate in our final panel. The question is, pardon me, who generates the management objectives related to other ecosystem components than the harvested species in this model, and how? Was that clear?
I think so, yeah. Do you want to go through a couple of the questions you've got, and then we'll go back to the panel?
There's one more specific for Verena's presentation. I can read out there. Okay, so the question is from Jenny Grossman from Client Earth, who's following this online as well. Very important and interesting work with an exclamation mark. Would it be possible to provide such information on the extent to which ecosystem considerations are, or not yet, factored into the single stock ICES advice systematically as a part of that advice itself, so that is more visible? What would be needed for that to happen? And then in parentheses, presumably it would need to be requested by ICES clients.
Okay, thanks, Gonzalo. Verena, do you want to again take that one first, and if you also want to touch on the other question, feel free to.
The other wasn't for me, I think. So yeah, that question, I think even just in the current advice process, in the current advice sheet, there could be another section where they're sort of visualizing in some way what are the drivers, or what are the identified factors, what's changing, is it yeah, so to see how the population dynamics are changes. Is it maturity that's changing, weighted age? Or there could be a sort of standard graph or standard table that allows to visualize what's going on, and then it's clear if something is changing, that it's being in the appropriate model being taken up, or at least being considered in some way, or that even if it's just qualitatively, it could help if what was presented, that if you look at a range of recommendations, you would say, okay, we know that they are in a low productivity phase and we should rather go to the bottom. So it could be systematic ways, even if it's not coming in a model in a quantitative way, the information, if it's available, could in a standardized way being communicated, and then of course it's on the action is on the managers to actually take it into account. So that's one way, and that actually answers also the second part, which is if it's requested, I think ICES will move on. If it's not requested, it will not happen, I guess.
So that does take us to that second question about who generates the advice and how. Don't know. Yeah, let's just checking we've got the first question. Oh, sorry, Gonzalo, I think we may have lost it here. Can you just, I think it was Philip's question, wasn't it? Yeah.
I can repeat it. Who generates the management objectives related to other ecosystem components than the harvested species in this model, and how?
Yeah, I can have a go. Well, I mean, typically the managers and the policymakers will kind of set out what the management objectives are to be utilized, and then the scientists will then go away and try to work up suitable indicators or reference points, depending on kind of how you want to utilize those in your way of managing your fishery or your harvest strategy. But when it comes to kind of the non-commercial species, I mean, I think I said in my presentation that there's a level of stakeholder input required to define the management objectives. And, you know, from other international fisheries examples, you know, you can have your traditional kind of what would be like the single species management objectives, which might be like maximizing sustainable yield over the long term. But you do also have other considerations, which might be secondary objectives or tertiary objectives that can be used to kind of look at in the trade-off space. And so it might be things like you might want to include economic things like that, but or social objectives as well. But really, ultimately, that involves some level of dialogue about what do you want to achieve from the fishery? What's the, you know, what's the aims and objectives? And I think that there needs to be just kind of crystallized in, you know, by the managers at the end of the process to be passed to the scientists. And yeah, so in terms of ecological objectives, you may already have other policy frameworks which you can easily draw upon to kind of bring in other ecosystem things, like might have like bycatch kind of thresholds that you don't want to cross, or you might want to have healthy food web, like healthy age structures in your population and other things like that. And so those types of the things that you know might already exist in other kind of environmental or biodiversity policy frameworks.
Cool, thank you. Do you want to add anything, Jacob?
No, yeah, just kind of echo that as well. I guess the questions for ecosystem objectives, they tend to have to come from decision makers. Well, in terms of what happened in the Irish Sea and what happened for Menhaden, both questions there that led to operational ecosystem formation came from the stakeholder industry, which then I guess influenced the decision makers as well. So we have a role there as influencers. For example, through ICs, we deliver the stock information, but we also deliver ecosystem overviews, which provide kind of information on what's happening in each IC's ecoregion in terms of ecosystem trends, which factors might be important for certain stocks, and also what's happening in terms of climate change and also socioeconomic aspects. So that gets fed down to decision makers as well, but I guess it's termed, or it's seen by many as kind of soft advice, so it's not directly impacting change on the ground, but it is making them more informed. So I guess the more that we do that, the more that we see requests coming through. For example, the recent request for predator information on forage fish, that came from consistent working with decision makers and informing them. You know, they may have questions, but the questions may need to be guided to become more holistic.
So my simplistic attempt at a summary would be, if you want something reflected, it's about the importance of being in the room. And I think this is a bit also you were saying about stakeholder engagement, isn't it? Great, thank you. Yes. I think we've got some questions from the room. Oh, yeah, sorry, it's the woman in front of you first, and then we'll come back to you. Yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah.
This question is for Ash from your presentation. You said you gave a list of things that showed how the Northeast Atlantic mackerel was quite different than the other case studies. And what I found interesting from that was that a lot of the things that we talk about, stakeholder engagement, is really important, but they're not, if they don't happen, it doesn't mean that that ecosystem-based management would necessarily fail, because if you do have strong top-down government in place, then it could still work without all of this extra effort. And in the case of mackerel, it's not, but it's very unclear why it's not. So because I mean, part of the problem is it's behind closed doors, so we don't know exactly why. But I'm just wondering if your research had any more information about why, because in my mind, like Gudmundur said, the sharing is very separate from the advice. Everybody has agreed that that we should be following the advice, and the sticking part is the sharing. So yeah, I'm wondering if you have any insight to that.
Great, thank you. So maybe before you come back, if I just can take then the the second question from the gentleman behind you, and then we can take them together.
It's actually one of the reflections I think Pam has already made it for me. So my name is Alex Rodriguez. I'm the Executive Secretary of the EU Long Distance Fleet Advisory Council. And I just have a quick question and then a quick comment, if I may, or reflection. So last week I was in NAFO in the Northwest Atlantic, so in the other side of the Atlantic annual meeting, and they are developing a lot of work on the ecosystem roadmap that Ash has mentioned as one of the recommendations for the Northeast East Atlantic. Of course, there is a bit different the situation, as you know, because it's mainly about the demersal species. But I think the main ideas that are prevalent are quite similar. So one of the things that the Scientific Council has agreed is provide annual information on ecosystem overfishing in relation to a sort of an index called total catch index that comprises a number of species. So you take into account all the cumulative catches that are from different species in a ecoregion. So of course, this is not compulsory and is not going to translate so far in the next few years into management decisions, but the philosophy behind this, if that exceeds this index, you have to provide an explanation why, and you have to correct this trajectory. So basically, what you are saying is we are walking towards sort of multi-species TAC, if you want us to talk about this. So my question there is quite straightforward. I know the difficulties that Pam has mentioned about quota allocation and NIAFC, and which is a more opaque RFMO than NAFO in that sense. Also, NAFO is about international waters only, and NIAFC is mixed, which makes things more complicated. But the question is about, are we ready to move towards this idea of putting the ecosystem at the heart of the management decisions and trying to implement that in NIAFC? So it's a big question, but it's more a reflection than other thing. And the second part about the harvest control rules management strategy evaluations, very short, sorry, is just, I totally agree with the view of Ash from the LDAC. We say that's the way to go because it provides economic certainty and predictability to a fishery. For the case of Greenland halibut, we've gone down from 45,000 tons 6 years ago to 15,000 tons. But still the industry is happy because they see stability in the system. It's fairly robustly anchored on science. You remove all the annual bargaining from there and you rely on scientific models. So that's one of the ways to go. But having said that, stakeholders should have a role along the process, because if they are excluded, then it's a top-down approach, but not necessarily will work. So here you have to basically provide some advice from the very beginning, even like starting point of where the harvest control rules starts in terms of tons. That's also something that with the right socioeconomic evidence, it could help in the system. So it's another open question about how harvest control rules work. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, let me turn back to the panel. I don't know, Ash, whether you want to go first and also pick up Pamela's question.
I'll have a go. I mean, I don't know. I mean, there was a lot of content covered there. But I think the essence, correct me if I'm wrong, Pamela, is you're looking at, do you need good stakeholder engagement to, like, you could have strong governance without effective stakeholder engagement, and you could still have good results on the water potentially. Strong harvest control will put in place. And then versus like, what's the benefits of having and why having the kind of like stakeholders engaged along the way. I think kind of maybe Alex touched a little bit on as well. It's about the level of buy-in that you get into the process and investment. That kind of, if you're the difference I've seen in the other RFMOs is that towards the end of the process, you have this kind of point at which that the adoption tends to happen quite easily, because you don't necessarily, you've kind of taken the stakeholders along with you on the process, and I think you kind of get to a stage where like it just becomes a matter of like, we're very happy with this harvest control rule that we've developed, and we're ready to buy into this. And then long term, I guess it just depends how well that plays out on the water.
Can I just add, but is the buy-in for sharing the stock also? That's the question.
Yeah, so in many other RFMOs, for example, there are allocation disputes in many other RFMOs between, and between developing nations and well-developed nations, for example, and developing nations wanting to access the resource and utilize it, the resource that's in quite often kind of bridging their EEZ and into the international waters. And what tends to happen is the discussions around management strategy evaluation don't touch the allocation debate. Like it's used as a conduit to kind of look at the sustainable management of the stock, given the uncertainties in the fishery. And if allocation disputes mean that there is a massive implementation error, like overcatch, then that's something that through the management strategy evaluation process, you build in as a robustness test and sensitivity test. And it's something that you're honest about the shortfalls of the management process, and you make sure that any harvest strategy you're looking to build in is robust to that level of error and uncertainty.
Cool, thank you. I've seen other people itching to get in. Unfortunately, part of my job is to keep an eye on the clock. So I'd love to, but I'm not going to be able to take more contributions from the floor. But hopefully, if you give us time, we'll have time for a coffee break where you could have the informal exchanges. But I do obviously want to give a chance for Jacob and then Verena to also respond to some of the things you've heard.
Yeah, I just want to jump in on the stakeholder involvement thing as well. Yeah. I guess it's not only the buy-in, but stakeholders come with knowledge as well that can make our models and other aspects of our work better. So for the Irish Sea, the best models had stakeholder knowledge embedded within them. So not only is it the buy-in and the push at the end to see the work through, but they actually come with experiential knowledge that will improve the work in the long run. And I guess there was a question about whether or not we're ready to move to something like ecosystem overfishing. I think as a research community, yes. I think the issues with governance still stand, but I wouldn't be surprised if something similar follows here relatively soon.
Great, thank you. Verena.
Yeah, I have two thoughts on what was just discussed. I'd like to come back to the sort of objectives for other ecosystem components than fish, basically, or what's exploited. Because I guess there is legislation like the Marine Strategy Framework Directive. We have all these descriptors, and perhaps what today or as far as I'm aware, it's sort of one-way feeding. The ICES information feeds into that, but somehow the back feeding of the status into what should be or what's impacting also fish and fisheries is perhaps there's something missing perhaps. But for me, the objectives, they exist. There's legislation that has been decided quite some time ago, what kind of ecosystem we want, because that's also a society decision. We want healthy ecosystems. So in a way, it's perhaps there's something that needs to be better linked. Then it perhaps also then defines some additional stakeholders that could come into the process. We've talked about it a lot. And just a final thought on this sort of sharing. I guess it's a big problem, but if people the sharing, because it's at the end of the day it says what's a fair share, and that's not necessarily a scientific question, but what's clear and what is a scientific question. If you factor into your management strategy relation that the sharing is going to cause problem, you probably have to provide advice that's very conservative, because you never know how bad it gets for sharing. So I guess that's where science can help to say, if you don't get your act together, then the advice, if you factor it in. So I think that's perhaps something where science can communicate on, that if we have to factor that in, then the recommendations will be much more conservative, which perhaps is not happening today, because as has been said, the management strategy relations, I guess for most stocks, they assume that there isn't going to be an issue that's leading to over exploitation or severe overexploitation if there was a severe problem with the sharing.
Thank you, and thanks again, well, to you, Verena, to Jacob and Ash for leading us through that. I think a lot of interesting questions have been raised, some of which perhaps we will be able to come back to in our concluding discussion after the break, where we look at EBFM as a tool and decision making. But also, obviously, I would encourage you to continue the discussion over the break. So let's take 10 minutes now, and we'll aim to reconvene, well, shortly after 20 past the hour. Thank you. Good. Well, thank you very much again. And so welcome back to the concluding part of this afternoon's discussion, which we hope to make much more of a round table. Well, let me first of all introduce this panel as hopefully remote participants set themselves up. So as I said, hope like this to be a little more of a round table discussion than just presentations, but a distinguished panel of 5 people, 3 of whom are joining remotely, 2 in the room. Arne Mattisson, former Assistant Director General at the FAO, ex-Fisheries and Finance Minister here in Iceland, Senior Advisor at the Iceland Ocean Cluster, Chair of the Global Roundtable on Marine Ingredients, and those who've seen the bio, much else, which I don't have time to run through full roles that you play and have played. Ilaria Velomi, probably pronounced that badly, joining us online, Policy Officer working on Fisheries Management, the Atlantic, North Sea and Baltic from DG Mare and the European Commission. Philip Stamp, also joining us online, Deputy Secretary of the OSPAR Commission, and Darius Campbell, NIAFC Executive Secretary, joining us online. And completing the panel in the room with us, Justina Zakowska, you did tell me earlier, is consultant working with the Pew Charitable Trusts and many other NGOs on marine conservation. And so this roundtable is about EBFM as a tool to achieve the objectives of sustainable use and biodiversity protection. Rather than death by PowerPoints, we didn't ask members of this final panel to come with a big prepared PowerPoint presentation, but I am going to turn to them each in turn a bit to introduce their work, introduce their perspective, and look how or can the ecosystem approach to fisheries management be an effective tool to achieve those objectives of sustainable use and biodiversity protection. So to kick us off, let me first of all turn to Arne, and then we'll work our way through the panel and open it up for discussion.
What do you want me to do now?
I would like you to speak, and I would like you to introduce yourself and your perspective about using EBFM as a tool to achieve sustainable use.
I think
Do you want to use the microphone? Yeah.
I think you've introduced me well enough, actually. So, my perspective on the ecosystem approach, as I call it, which I think is in practical the same as the ecosystem-based fisheries management and the ecosystem approach to fisheries management. You could, semantics, you could find a difference, but in practice, it's the same. I think we are both underestimating the ecosystem approach, and I also think that we are expecting too much of it. I think basically there is no other thing that as a framework for fisheries management comes anywhere close to the ecosystem approach sort of globally today. But it is not a tool that takes decisions for us. And it's not a tool that is exactly the same in all places around the world. It is different because it takes account of different cultures, societies, and expectations and goals. And we have to fit into it other tools that we use, whether it's single species MSY or multi-species MSY or balance harvest or what we choose to call it. And I think we actually got a fairly good glimpse of how it works in the three presentations here in the first panel from the three scientists from the Marine and Freshwater Research Institute here in Iceland. And they were very explicit about how they see these tools develop and how they have developed over time and how they have improved and how they have improved our fisheries management. Coming back to the decision-making part of it, it's very good to have stakeholder engagement, and I hesitate a little bit to say even NGO engagement, because in my mind, stakeholders and NGOs are two different groups, and I actually work with both of them, so I'm even-handed in that. But there is a difference between stakeholder engagement and stakeholder decision-making. And even though democracy is not just about majority rule or those with authority taking decisions, those that do not have authority should not take decisions if they cannot be responsible for them. So the decisions have to be taken by those that are the legitimate authority, but in a democracy, they have an obligation to listen to the environment around them and take account of that in their decision-making. That is not easy. I can tell you that. That's not very easy. That's even very difficult. I criticized Pamela a little bit for her presentation, where she was talking about luck. But now I'm going to do something that I very rarely do. I'm going to make a concession to her. Because I actually think she has a point, and maybe I just missed it. And the point is that we here in Iceland were lucky enough to decide that the decisions, the major decisions in our ecosystem-based management, the quota decisions and the major management decisions, are taken by the fisheries minister, whatever the ministry is called. It changes now very rapidly, but I still just call them the fisheries minister. So the responsibility for these momentous decisions in the Icelandic economy are taken by one person, but after very thorough engagement with stakeholders, NGOs, and as Pamela said, even the people you meet when you collect your kids from the kindergarten. And this is how I see it, and I think we are underestimating it and expecting too much from it. And I know you didn't want very many speeches, and I can come back in and talk about the international dimension of this afterwards.
Thank you. It's always good to be started off with a challenge. So thank you for that, Arnie. Ilaria, let me turn to you for your introductory remarks.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for having the commission here. So I wanted just to give a little bit an overview of the EU policy in terms of ecosystem-based management, ecosystem-based management to fisheries management. And here we assume the meanings are overlapping and very similar. So around 15 years ago, it was the first framework for community action in the field of environmental policy was adopted, and that was the Marine Strategy Framework Directive. And in this directive, there is an explicit reference to the ecosystem-based approach to management of the human activities in the marine environment. And that directive at the time, 15 years ago, was pretty innovative because it was not just about fisheries targets, but about the whole marine ecosystem. And the directive foresaw the achievement of the good environmental status. That was by 2020. Okay, we are not there, but still the directive was prescribes adaptive management. And regarding fisheries, some indicators were identified, including biomass reference points for exploited stocks, but also indicators of biodiversity and sensitive species, food web indicators, and pelagic ecosystem. So, and these indicators also fed into a lot of research under Horizon 2020, and at the time was the framework program. So that generated a lot of research as well at EU, but also international level in that direction. Then around 10 years ago, in 2013, it was when the current basic regulation, the so-called Common Fishery Policy, was adopted. And in the Common Fishery Policy, Article 2 foresee that the ecosystem-based approach shall be implemented to fisheries management as to ensure negative impact on the marine ecosystem. And in the definition of within the Common Fishery Policy, in the definition on the ecosystem-based approach to fisheries management, there is a reference that the ecosystem-based approach to fisheries management should take into account fishing, but also other human activities. And we think, I think this is very important also this in the international context. And so this to give an introduction on the EU policy. And so both the Marine Strategy Framework Directive and the Common Fishery Policy embrace explicitly the ecosystem-based approach as an leading objective. Of course, one of the characteristics that is required when implementing the ecosystem-based approach is adaptability in management. And so management must be adaptive to be able to respond to uncertainty, and it's a learning by doing exercise, as like we have been seeing today, have been discussing earlier on. So recently, within the European Union, we ran an assessment of where do we stand with the implementation of the ecosystem-based approach to fisheries management under the umbrella of the Common Fishery Policy. And according to this assessment, many elements of the ecosystem approach to fisheries management have been implemented. But of course, there is more to be done, and that's pretty clear. But the main aspects to be improved have been already raised somehow earlier on during the previous panel. So this is maybe something that is not just in the EU, but is cross-cutting and applies at the international level. So the need for more inter and transdisciplinary research to provide a better scientific advice, and then a better stakeholder involvement in the ecosystem approach to fisheries management, and then linking together all the different ecosystem data that are available at the moment as to better facilitate ecosystem choices. So there is a huge human component. So I like the term cooperative mentality because, I mean, the EU itself, it's a huge ecosystem. And when we look at the international arena, then it's even larger, of course. So the term cooperative mentality probably is a key component of the ecosystem approach to fisheries management. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ilaria. Let's just continue going round for opening remarks before opening it up or responding. So let me turn to Philip next.
Hi, hope you can still hear me okay. Good.
Yes, thank you.
Yes, I should say at least 2 sentences about what is OSPAR, just in case. The OSPAR Commission is responsible for the protection of the marine environment of the Northeast Atlantic. It brings together 15 governments, including Iceland, of course, and the European Union. And its 2 main activities are monitoring and assessment of the state of the marine environment and implementing collective actions and measures to protect the marine environment. The OSPAR Commission is a creation of the OSPAR Convention, and there's a whole range of measures and decisions that are adopted under it. At the start of today, someone kindly mentioned the OSPAR Quality Status Report 2023. This is only a few weeks old in terms of the publication of all of the over 120 different kinds of assessments and are brought together in a synthesis report. I think we all feel that it's the most authoritative assessment yet that's been made of the marine environment of the Northeast Atlantic. It follows a DAPSIR approach, meaning it runs from drivers to human activities to pressures to the state of the environment to impacts and policy responses. So that approach in itself is something of an ecosystem based approach. It's well worth a look online. Having said that, the contracting parties to the OSPAR Convention are keen to make more progress on measures and an assessment of the effectiveness of those measures. We can only spend so much of our time doing monitoring and assessment. We also need to think about more effective actions. OSPAR is not a fisheries management organization, but I would like to think that it has the potential to be a very effective partner working with those fisheries management bodies. So the kind of things that OSPAR does work on are management of oil and gas activities, the renewable energy sector, dredging and disposal, laying of cables, radioactive substances, eutrophication, hazardous substances, marine litter, noise, and climate change and ocean acidification. So the range of issues covered under the umbrella of OSPAR is pretty vast, and in effect covers most of the human activities that are not directly to do with fishing. And that has the potential to complete the picture when we're talking about ecosystem-based management.
So thank you again. We wanted now to pick up where we left off in Reykjavik, which was a round table on EBFM as a tool to achieve the objectives of sustainable use and of biodiversity protection. So I guess, you know, the starting question is, can, and if so, how can the ecosystem approach to fisheries management be an effective tool to advance those objectives? And I think in this roundtable, we were sort of particularly interested in the perspective of those involved in decision making, and also perhaps to think about, and you know, throughout, I think we hope to keep the debate practical about what are the practical steps. Welcome, Arnie. Really pleased you could join us as well. As I said to the others, earlier on. What I'd like to do is, obviously you and Ilaria had a chance to give your opening statements while we were in Reykjavik. But I would like to give you both the floor now, perhaps 2 minutes each, to recap what you said, any key points or additions, and then want to make sure we have enough time to hear from those we didn't have a chance to hear from before opening for discussion. So if I can perhaps put you on the spot to go in the order that we did when we met. Arnie, if you want to do the 2-minute recap of what you said last time. I think everyone here has heard your introduction before, but just to reiterate, former Assistant Director General at the FAO, was also Fisheries and Finance Minister in Iceland, and much else, which I'm not going to run through now, but I'm sure people can see on your CV.
Yes, thank you, Martin. I can't really expect anybody to remember what I said when we met last time, since I can hardly remember it myself. But I think the thrust of what I was saying was that the presentations from the speakers, the 3 speakers from the Icelandic Marine Research Institute, were really a description of how the ecosystem approach works in practice. And through our discussions and their presentation, some of the difficulties were sort of explained, and that in fact this use of the ecosystem approach has been used over the past sort of 2 decades, maybe slightly more, to deal with changes in climate and how the climate is affecting the stocks in and outside the Icelandic economic zone. And that yes, I think that was sort of the gist of my comments. One other thing I remember that I emphasized was in conjunction with the discussion I had with Pamela at the meeting, was that we had been lucky in Iceland in one respect, and that was that decision making is rather simple. It is basically through the minister taking the decisions on the various tax on his own responsibility, after having received the advice of the Marine Research Institute, as well as consulted with a number of stakeholders. But the ultimate responsibility is on the hands of the minister, and I can tell you that is a responsibility you take very, very seriously in a country like Iceland, and I think that's a very important part of the system.
No, that's great. Thank you, Arnie. That's very helpful. We also, when we met in Reykjavik, heard from Ilaria Vilhelmini, I hope I pronounced that correctly, who's a policy officer working on fisheries management in the Atlantic, North Sea and Baltic with DG Mare at the European Commission. So similarly, Ilaria, if you want to do the quick recap of the points you would have liked us to remember from what you said last time, that would be great. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, what I presented last time was just a brief recap, historical recap of where do we stand with implementing the ecosystem approach and the ecosystem approach to fisheries management in the European Union. So, as of 15 years ago is when the Marine Strategy Framework Directive was adopted, and it was the first time that there was an explicit reference to the ecosystem-based approach to the management of human activities in the marine environment. So not just to fisheries, but to the whole marine ecosystem. And also what the Marine Strategy Framework Directive foresaw was it prescribes the adaptive management that should be applied to the ecosystem approach. So it was quite advanced at the time. I mean, for 15 years ago, it was quite advanced, and also it prescribed the identification of specific indicators to ensure that the objective would have been achieved. And then 10 years ago, it was when the basic regulation entered into force, so the so-called common fishery policy. And in the common fishery policy, the definition of the ecosystem-based approach to fisheries management take into account all the other human activities. So, I mean, it's like since the first inception of the ecosystem approach into the EU legislation and the EU directive, there's always been this reference to the all human activities when managing fisheries and when managing ecosystem. And another principle is the need for adaptive management. And then also recently the European Commission ran a review of the implementation of the common fishery policy, and the main elements that came out of this from this review are pretty aligned with what was discussed also in Reykjavik. Just so there is a need for more interdisciplinary research and a better involvement of stakeholders, and also a link in terms of data availability and facilitation of the implementation of an holistic ecosystem approach, and in terms of setting management objectives. And I recall the reference to cooperative mentality that one of the previous panelists referred to. So that's the way forward. Yeah, that's in brief what I presented last in Reykjavik, well, online. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Ilaria. And finally, who we heard half of, or those of us in the room in Reykjavik heard half of last time, Philip Stamp, Deputy Secretary of the OSPAR Commission. Philip, I'll give you slightly more time, as we only heard, or some of us only heard half of what you said last time. So really interested to get your perspective on this overarching question.
Thanks very much, Martin. If only I knew which half it was that people heard. But I guess I don't need to repeat a bit of background as to what OSPAR is, other than to emphasize that there is, on the one hand, a major stream of activity, which is to produce state of the environment reports covering all pressures, including fishing, and all aspects of the state of the marine environment. And so that's our evidence base. And then on the other hand, we have the obligations in the convention, which are legally binding on all the contracting parties, and an ability to adopt measures and other types of action to tackle the various issues that OSPAR works on. What OSPAR isn't is a fisheries management body itself. That's excluded from the scope of OSPAR's work. But apart from that, it covers quite a wide range of issues. So when we're talking about ecosystem-based management from an OSPAR point of view, we're not really talking about ecosystem-based fisheries management. We're talking about the EBM without the F. So it's a very wide perspective. The various OSPAR groupings, without going into whether they're committees or correspondence groups or whatever, but the kind of issues that they cover and can potentially adopt measures on include oil and gas exploitation, renewables, which is the big infrastructure issue of the moment, dredging and disposal, cables, radioactive substances, pressures from eutrophication, hazardous substances, marine litter, noise, climate change, and ocean acidification. And I'm sure there are others, but that's quite a list already. In terms of biodiversity protection, then OSPAR can adopt area-based measures such as marine protected areas, and there's a network of MPAs within national waters and a number of MPAs that are in the area beyond national jurisdiction. All of OSPAR's work is guided by the ecosystem approach. There is an OSPAR definition of the ecosystem approach. The quality status report that was just published in September follows a DAPSIA type of model, and that means that the thematic assessments in the QSR flow from looking at the big kind of macroeconomic drivers to the activities causing pressures, to environmental state and its impacts, and policy responses. So that assessment is very, very wide ranging. We have an environment strategy that was adopted in 2021 and runs until 2030. It has 54 operational objectives within it, and one of them specifically refers to ecosystem-based management. It's a fairly modest objective if you read the exact words, which talk about OSPAR initiating by 2024, so next year, discussions on the development of a practical approach for regional scale ecosystem-based management, including through the collective arrangement and in cooperation with fisheries management bodies and other competent organizations. We have two tasks that have now been agreed in the OSPAR Commission to implement this objective. One focuses on the collective arrangement, and the focus of that is working out how to cooperate with NIAFC in developing regional scale ecosystem-based management. And the other one is more focused on the economic zones controlled by the contracting parties. So it's more of an inshore focus, looking at kind of pilot projects and examples of collaboration. I mentioned in the objective that it refers to having a practical approach, and it's something you mentioned, Martin, in your introduction. And I think that's really the key. There is only so much fun you can have with theoretical models and PowerPoint presentations in the abstract. They're all very lovely, but I think we're at the point where we need to be operationalizing. And that's what I hope the two tasks in the OSPAR strategy are going to try to do. I think in practice it means we need to drill down to more regional and sub-regional initiatives, so looking at actual ecosystems rather than the whole of the Northeast Atlantic, which is not really doable. It's not really an ecosystem in its own right. So I think that's our big challenge. What I do hope is that OSPAR can have a lot to offer in this. So it's not just there banging the door of fisheries management bodies and saying this is what we want. What it can offer is the data and evidence, but also an ability to look at the management of other activities that are sometimes competing with fisheries, and this applies particularly inshore. So in areas like the North Sea or the Celtic Seas, we have increasing competition for resources and space between things like offshore wind power generation, shipping, aggregates extraction, and fishing, and other activities. But I think that means that we should be thinking about EBM perhaps rather more than just EBFM, and OSPAR as a legally based convention with obligations and ability to adopt measures can play a role in that.
Brilliant. Thank you very much, Philip. Let's move straight on then to Darius Campbell, who is NIAF Executive Secretary, who has been very patient as we didn't get a chance to hear from him in Reykjavik. And just to show you, I haven't forgotten, I think you also had your hand up to respond to something you had heard in one of the earlier panels that I rudely cut you off in the interests of time, Darius. So now is your chance as well to comment on what you'd already heard, as well as your answer to the overarching question for this panel. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you very much for inviting me along. And yes, you're right. I was thinking I want to say something, and then I got cut off by power cut. But anyway, yeah. So I'm talking about the Northeast Atlantic Fisheries Commission, which I'm sure you all know is the organisation that's responsible for regional fisheries management in the Northeast Atlantic. And our focus, of course, is on harvesting fish as a sort of sustainable protein source for human consumption. But our convention does indeed include conservation objectives. And fisheries, of course, is one of those activities that's intimately tied to the ecosystem. And in fact, actually, when we were talking through the discussions, was it last week? When we were talking through the discussions, it's sort of sometimes you get the feeling that people are thinking we're just starting on ecosystem-based management, and that's not true. We've had it in place, as Arnie has said, for many decades. And I just looked actually at the MOU we have with ICES, who's our independent scientific advisor. And in that, we ask for our advice to be based on an ecosystem approach. This was in 2007, it was first written. An ecosystem approach that's implemented incrementally, and that would include assessing the marine ecosystem and incorporating it into the advice, looking at how fishing disturbs the marine ecosystems with reference levels, looking at the impact of fisheries on other components of the ecosystem, including small cetaceans and other marine mammals, seabirds, and sensitive habitats. And then looking at how these imbalances affect the advice and providing reference points. And that links to the point which Philip was saying. In the end, you need to make your management decisions on quite specific things. And in most cases for fisheries, it's either the level of fishing or the technical requirements of gear to influence what they're doing. So thinking about it in terms of the high seas and our perspective in NIAF, one thing is that we understand that the ecosystem should be considered not in a narrow way, but it includes all aspects of the global ecosystem. So the social and economic aspects for humans. NIAF Fisheries produces millions of tons of very high quality, low carbon, low impact fish, well, food protein, and that ends up all over the world, including to Nigeria and to Egypt. And so every decision that we make about harvesting from the sea also does actually have impacts on food production and then land-based production and the carbon and water and all those other impacts there. So it's very difficult to go that far, but I have to say that, you know, one has to think about the global system, not just the marine system, and not even just the high sea system and the coastal systems. And we've included biodiversity objectives in the convention since 2006. And we have had measures even since 2006 purely on protection of biodiversity. So the good example we have that is our measures for protection of deep sea corals and sponges through bans on bottom fishing. And our bottom fishing closures cover 7% of the high seas. And in fact, the restricted areas where fishing is banned to all intents and purposes cover 97% of the high seas areas. And I guess the essential part of ecosystem-based management is the management, again, as Philip mentioned. And again, I think we have a lot of experience in organizations like NIAF that we have the measures in place, we can do the monitoring, and we do the enforcement. So we are able to enforce, for instance, our bottom fishing closures very effectively. And also, just to mention, whether fishing is industrial or whether it's artisanal, I don't think that's the particular issue. It's more about the impacts, and the impacts should be assessed on their own merits, even if you might have social and economic considerations that might overlie those as well. But for us, it's about, you know, how does this fishery interact with the ecosystem? And then thinking about management again, one of the things that we have been thinking about recently as well is how the marine environment is a 3D system, and there are different human pressures at different levels, and there need to be decisions made on trading sustainable use against environmental protection and of course the other aspects, but also thinking about the dynamic changes. So we get independent science from ICs, but we also have to work with other organizations in providing a sort of more comprehensive protection. So OSPAR is a good example of that through the collective arrangement, through our MOU, and we are currently working on describing how the measures that we have in place, for instance, the seabed, interact with the OSPAR high seas MPA water column measures. So that's an example of that. But I think there's another exciting world that we're just about entering into, which Ilaria was involved in at the last the meeting this week, which is thinking about other effective conservation measures, the CBD designation, where our parties want to start recognizing the protections we have in place to designate them as OECMs. And then that gives us another opportunity to actually interact with others, such as not just OSPAR, but say the International Maritime Organization or the International Seabed Authority, because we have the measures in place under fisheries management. But if they have an additional cachet of the OECMs designation, that means we can talk to ISO or IMO more effectively on that issue. And I would say to Pew on this that you need to help encourage us more on that. At the moment, Pew seems quite cautious about us moving ahead on OECMs. But that's another area that gives a good example of a more comprehensive approach. And then just one little thing to mention as well, because we discussed stakeholders when we were meeting last time. It's interesting, in the RFMO world, nearly all RFMOs don't actually have common objectives on social or economic considerations. So in fact, we generally expect our contracting parties to arrive at the negotiations having consulted at the national level with their key stakeholders, whichever stakeholders they might be, and then come with their national positions. That tends to happen. RFMOs don't, regional fisheries management organizations don't, and it would be very challenging, don't have common objectives. And as you can imagine with our contracting parties as Russia, Iceland, Faroes, European Union, UK, they all have very different social and economic objectives. Some, heavily reliant on fisheries, some have coastal communities that are heavily reliant on fisheries. So they all have different objectives, but they bring together those perspectives at the national level and then come to negotiations based on that. So I hope that that's a useful description of some of the aspects of ecosystem-based fisheries management or ecosystem-based management we are considering in NEA. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Darius. Okay, to then conclude the round of initial inputs, Justyna Zakowska, I hope, who's a consultant to Pew Charitable Trusts and other NGOs on marine conservation, and perhaps a bit of the perspective of those who seek to influence decisions, if not to get to make them directly. But Justyna.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, everyone. Just to start with answering directly on your question, Martin, ecosystem-based fisheries management can be a tool to achieve sustainable use and protecting biodiversity, in my opinion. And it's because this approach is about incorporating ecosystems, so also biodiversity considerations into fisheries management. And it can be done on a fisheries science level, and we've heard a lot about it during the seminar in Reykjavik, but it also can be done on decision-making level. And because EBFM is delivering on both sustainable use and biodiversity conservation, its implementation in Northeast Atlantic requires efficient cooperation between fisheries and environmental authorities of all the coastal states. It also requires an appropriate incorporation of environmental policy requirements, including international treaties and biodiversity policy frameworks, in decisions on fish stocks and fisheries. And an example how this could be done is incorporation of ecological reference points into harvest strategies, or as we call them, long-term management strategies. By doing it, we, for example, continue the sustainable use of fish stocks. And in addition, we leave enough of small pelagic fish for their predators, such as valuable fish species, seabirds, and marine mammals. And I would like to emphasize that we should not wait any longer with full EBFM implementation in Northeast Atlantic. In other regions, such as in the Baltic Sea, a region which is personally important to me, decision makers had made already some steps towards EBFM implementation. For example, they took into account predator-prey relations and other interspecies dynamics when deciding on some Baltic fishing limits for 2023. But it seems that this realization of the ecosystem interactions was too little and too late, because now we face the continuation of Baltic Sea deterioration with actually a high probability of closing targeted fishery on 2 more small pelagic fish stocks. And although obviously Northeast Atlantic and the Baltic Sea are of different characteristics, this lesson learned should be, in my opinion, an alarm bell for Northeast Atlantic fisheries managers. And then the recently published great OSPAR quality status report also points to the sense of urgency on EBFM implementation, because this report highlights the decline of average fish length, the concerning state of food webs, as well as a decline of seabirds breeding. And the researchers directly linked some of these trends with fishing pressure. So to conclude, managers should be more active on giving directions for fisheries scientists on where the fisheries management should go. And the answer on where it should go, we have in international commitments on biodiversity conservation. So we want to achieve a healthy and biodiverse marine ecosystems for the benefit of people. And that's why it is really essential that NIAFC parties agree on ecological objectives for fisheries that they manage, such as maintaining those healthy food webs. The parties have great opportunity to make progress on this at the upcoming NIAFC annual meeting in November, and we really count on good decisions and concrete next steps on EBFM implementation to be made at this upcoming important meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Justina. Great. I'm pleased we now have had a chance to hear from you all. I would like to open it to the floor. We have a few attendees, but you know, we're a small enough number that we can keep this informal. So, you know, members of the panel should also feel free to jump in and ask questions to other members of the panel if anything is striking you. Do just raise your Zoom hand if you would like to come in. And perhaps as people are thinking of questions or reactions, maybe just to get us going, and this is actually something I think, Darius, you touched on. Well, several of you stressed that EBFM is not new, but since these ideas were introduced, the world has continued to move on. Politically, there are new agreements, new goals to combat biodiversity loss through the new Global Biodiversity Framework. There's the High Seas Treaty. There have been other developments which perhaps require fisheries managers to also change their aims and objectives to meet those new responsibilities. And I'm interested in to what extent that is, you see that happening, or we as a broader community are ready for those changes now, or is it already happening to be able to take on some of those new or re-emphasized objectives? I will leave that with you and just see whether anyone else wants to come in, perhaps other questions or reflections. Everyone is being shy. So, well, let me also then ask you on the panel. Yeah, Darius.
Would you like me to answer the question you raised?
Yeah, go for it.
Well, yeah, I mean, I guess ecosystem-based management has been in place a long time, and our parties, as I've said, have been doing it for a long time. You know, the biodiversity protections have been put in place since 2006, are practical. But I'd say that the things that are happening, from my personal opinion, Ilaria is one of our contracting parties, I'm sure she will have lots to say, but from my perspective, I see that it's gathering momentum. That's what's happening. So we, for the last more than 4 or 5 years, more 10 years, we've been also engaging with other regional fisheries management organizations and with other regional seas organizations through Sustainable Ocean Initiative. And there's been more and more of that cross-sectoral dialogue developing. And you see not just in the Northeast Atlantic, but in other areas, the Southeast Indian Ocean, Southwest Indian Ocean and others, the more integrated approach is happening to management across different organizations. And for instance, yes, I mean, predator-prey relationships have been built into ICES advice for a long time. But the latest thing that we are discussing as NIAF with ICES is that we are looking to develop more strategic objectives, including ecosystem objectives, to make things clearer for ICES, and ICES are going to develop their ecosystem-based management more for us. So, like I said, I don't see it as a start. I see it as a progression. And another thing we were talking about recently within NIAF with ICES is, again, their advice to us on bird bycatch and that sort of thing. And again, it's not something we are not aware of, or not aware that we need to get a better handle on it. But we have big challenges on data there. So again, those are it's the specific challenges of actually doing this stuff in the high seas that's the real challenge. And I think Philip said, I mean, doing it all on paper is easy, but actually trying to get incentives, for instance, for fishermen to report their bycatch, all that is quite challenging. And there's new technologies such as remote electronic monitoring using cameras, which again give us new opportunities. So I think it's all a question of impetus. Obviously, the BBNJ, the CBD Global Biodiversity Framework acts to encourage those things. And so we looked at that before, but there's lots of hands up, so I'll shut up now.
No, that's great. Thanks, Darius. Ilaria.
I've been called, so I'm getting in. And just to clarify that I just represent the European Commission and the European Union. No, I mean, I just want to throw up an example that we had the ecosystem approach to fisheries management in the EU, which is the Deep Sea Access Regulation. And I'm not sure if you're all familiar, but the Deep Sea Access Regulation was adopted in 2018, but it's been implemented since last year with the closure of 87 areas for vulnerable 87 vulnerable marine ecosystem areas, and the objective, of course, is to improve biodiversity, as to support food webs, and at the same time, this has represented a huge progress also in terms of consultations and to assess the socioeconomic benefit, but also impacts and implication of these closures for the EU fleet. So, I mean, this is an ongoing process. We are learning, and consultation is a key part. But then, as part of the Marine Strategy Framework Directive, but also of the Common Fishery Policy, we need to look at the full picture. And we have a case, for example, in NAFO, where the vulnerable marine, it's been an overfishing indicator has been developed, and that's great. But at the same time, it really focuses on fisheries management. So vulnerable marine ecosystem areas have been closed in NAFO. An overfishing indicator has been developed. As I say, it's a great advancement, but at the same time, oil drilling has been taking place close to the vulnerable marine ecosystem that have been closed. So, I mean, of course, there's been an impact assessment, but we don't have the full picture of what the whole impact of these activities might have on on the food webs, on the biodiversity. So I think here, like, we have two parallel processes. One process is like, for example, in NEAFC, how to feed, like how to request the advice in a way that includes the ecosystem component. But then also as a manager, I think we have a responsibility to think a little bit outside the box, because we have the momentum at the moment, and think way of collaborate with other organizations and find consultation way of participating in dialogue. And just recently ICES issue an advice on other effective conservation measure on OECM, and one of the recommendation is that this cooperation is key with other bodies, so in order to ensure that like cumulative impact is preventing loss of biodiversity. So as Darius mentioned, this is something that in NEAFC we are in progress under the collective arrangement with OSPAR, but really we need to look also at the full picture, at the broader picture.
Thank you. And it's interesting, you know, a few people have mentioned the need and perhaps emerging practice of cooperation between institutions. And, you know, so I'm also interested in to what extent that is successful, or are there blockages, or, you know, what's perhaps needed to get greater cooperation, sort of capitalizing on the momentum that some of you have also described. But I'm also happy to leave that question hanging, as I know people already had their hands up. So let me just go to people in turn. Justina.
Thank you very much. And I also wanted to answer on your first question in a positive way, because yes, we observe a progress on incorporating those biodiversity conservation goals into fisheries management. And even last week at the NEAFC Permanent Committee on Management and Science, the PECMAS meeting, the meeting was discussing precisely ecosystem-based approach to fisheries management. And this is an evident step in the right direction. And we would like to see even more of a progress on this at the upcoming NEAFC annual meeting next month, specifically on agreeing on ecological objectives in fisheries management. But a different example that I wanted to bring is from the European Union, where European Commission recently published its communication titled Protecting and Restoring Marine Ecosystems for Sustainable and Resilient Fisheries, a so-called EU Marine Action Plan under the EU Biodiversity Strategy. And this plan calls on each member state to lay out the measures it will adopt to ensure a sustainable future for fisheries and marine ecosystems. And it comply with both environmental and fisheries policies. So this action plan is also expected to deliver on some of the global commitments, such as 30 by 30 target. An additional, actually positive example from the EU as well is Pelagic Advisory Council, and it's a very new recommendation on implementation of ecosystem-based approach to fisheries management in pelagic fisheries. Which was published only last week, and it was already sent to European Commission. And this recommendation was developed jointly by fishing industry and other interest groups, including environmental NGOs, who all agreed to this recommendation by consensus. So, well, in my opinion, positive change, such as, you know, those observations we are sharing now on the progress in taking into account those biodiversity conservation commitments in work on fisheries management, should first of all result in positive change also in the water. And this change in the water to secure, you know, abundant fish stocks, healthy food webs, and sustained marine habitats should be the most important motivation, and I'm sure it is the most important motivation for fisheries managers. And to achieve that, we need to incorporate ecosystem considerations into fisheries science, as we said before, and agree on fisheries management objectives. which also would include those ecosystem considerations. And I think, we need to act now and as soon as possible because of the both biodiversity and climate crisis. I would even say we need to act now while thinking long term. Thank you.
Thank you. So there may be momentum, but we still need immediate action, I think, is the core message there. JC.
Thank you. I wanted to come back on the way BFM is already included in NEAFC, work activities, because I agree with that in the sense that you have seen a lot of progress and a lot of things that are being done, including VMEs, all the work on the VME considerations. But I think that in what we as an NGO would like to see is probably something that is a bit more comprehensive, and it's not limited to NEAFC. It's something that is happening in other FMOs as well, in terms of how the ecosystem is considered. One example, at the moment in the Northeast Atlantic, we protect some parts of the benthic ecosystem, but we don't really look at the whole water column, what's happening above that. And the obvious issues with the large pelagic stocks which are striding there or living there above, and we don't really know what are the links between there's millions of tons of fish which live there and the consequences on the bottom, for example. So that's a scientific question, but that's also a question that become much more practical when we talk about OECMs, for example. And Darius mentioned that, because we should be able to have to have some information on that to agree, for example, if some bottom restricted areas or VMEs can be designated as OECMs or even MPAs, for example. So I just wanted to to raise that type of issues or questions that are still very much in the debate at the moment, and still need to have some to have some replies and some progress, both in terms of scientific work and also I think in terms of how the managers decide to tackle these issues, because at the moment it seems that, oh, we don't know about this, so we won't prevent progress, so we'll see that later and we will decide on OECMs. I don't know, there is something there at least that that I wanted to raise about what could be done better. Thank you.
Thanks, JC. And Philip.
Thank you. Some of my comments relate to some of the earlier discussion, but I think it's quite important for us to be honest about the origins and the nature of quite a lot of fisheries management measures, and the same in other economic sectors, that there is I think there's still a difference between adopting technical conservation measures that reduce bycatch or are more selective, or limitations on deep sea fishing, all of which is fine. I don't feel as if that necessarily means that we have achieved ecosystem-based management if we don't have a sufficient understanding of how that whole system works, all of those interactions between different trophic layers, and having a common understanding of what kind of outcomes we want, and therefore what kind of objectives are driving decision making. I did work for a few years in fisheries management for UK government, and at the time it still felt as if long-term fisheries plans were very much stock-based and not very influenced by external considerations. So though we have the language, though we have technical conservation measures, we're not necessarily at the point where we're confident that we really have resolved this. And it's not just about people's attitudes or values. I think most of those attitudes and values are the same. Some of it is seriously about the extent to which we really understand how the system works. I know we keep talking about NIAFC and these large pelagic stocks, but I really don't feel that's where the biggest challenge lies. I think the biggest challenge is what it means when you're in the Bay of Biscay, when you're in the North Sea, when you're in the Celtic Seas, where fisheries are highly complex, very mixed. There's a lot of bottom trawling going on. There's a lot of competition with other activities. So maybe this is more a message for Pew is don't exhaust yourselves by getting it with the collective arrangement and what NIAFC is doing. That's in comparison relatively less complex, relatively simpler, relatively cleaner fisheries. I think it's super challenging in the North Sea. It would be great to see some common North Sea management strategy that straddled fisheries management and the management of other human activities, making the most of this North Sea Basin initiative that the Dutch and the French are pushing. Big opportunity there, but far more challenging, but also, I think, more pressing to get it right. Thanks.
Thank you, Philip. I know Darius wants to come in, but I was also going to just throw in as well. I had a feel much of the sort of previous contributions were painting, if I may say, I felt a positive picture, and that's good, and we should celebrate good news. But I was going to throw in the devil's advocate question from a semi-outsider to this world is there may be some very positive moves, but when it comes to the high seas, to what extent it is still true that actually the primary consideration of countries, of parties to these treaties, is maintaining their quota. And that's what it comes down to. And in reality, to what extent then, or how can that be balanced against the pressure for some of these other considerations? Now, I may be being over cynical, I'm being slightly devil's advocate, but I'm also interested in others' reactions to that. And Darius, feel free to respond to that, but I know you also wanted to come in perhaps in response to what Philip had said.
Well, I'm quite happy to shut up if somebody else goes something. It was on Philip's point, really,
yeah.
And the point made by Jean-Christophe. I think it's, having been the executive secretary at OSPAR and seen the world there and come into the fisheries world, one of the things about fisheries is it's very pragmatic. You have to make decisions every year on managing the fish. And therefore, when you look at the science and how that is done, that's quite pragmatic too. So, of course, we hopefully at some point will understand the links between pelagic ecosystems and benthic ecosystems in the areas that we're managing the seabed. But depending on how much resource you put into that, you might well find, and this is very much my personal opinion, that yes, although you can establish some links between them, they're not necessarily links that you could then apply a management measure to that would have a significant effect between the two. So that's one thing to think about. The other thing, which is a reflection on what Philip was saying, if you actually look at the QSR, and again, I was involved in the earlier version of the QSR in 2017, all the assessments are really much in the EEZ. They're in the Iberian Shelf, or they're in the North Sea. And actually, the amount of research going on in the high seas proper is very, very low. And therefore, I'm sure all my OSPAR colleagues would not say they would say don't over extrapolate. In fact, if you look at the QSR, you'll see a lot of it is in grey. And where there are some of the conclusions on benthic or whatever, they're based on rockall and areas like that. They don't actually cover the whole thing. So you have to be careful about how you apply those things. And of course, the reality is, as Philip has said, there are huge pressures in the EEZ, or the coastal areas, rather than the high seas. And actually, I was thinking the interesting thing is, again, thinking about the links between that. So if you're worried about mackerel or herring or whatever, it might well be that the spawning sites in the coastal areas are the areas that you need to apply the management measure. That's not taking NIAFC out of the equation. There's things that we can do in the high seas, but obviously the coastal states control a huge amount of the management, and we have to defer to them for a lot of that. So, as I say, yes, we're going in the right direction, I hope, but there are huge challenges. And I think ultimately, managers tend to think about pragmatic things like how much research can I afford? If I can afford a certain amount of research, where am I going to focus that research to then make the management decisions that are relevant there? So it is all about resources being applied in the right places. So that's on the earlier point, not on your question, Martin.
That's fine. I'm happy to leave my question hanging. Ash.
Hi everyone. Sorry, my video won't be working, so you'll just have to live with my typeface. Yeah, it's just to build on the discussion points that both Philip and Darius have been kind of talking about pragmatic steps. And I will come back to, unfortunately, the pelagic stocks, not least because they cover such a large biomass in the system and an energy throughput into the higher trophic levels across different ecoregions that they travel and live. But one thing that we have been very good at is looking at the objectives in terms of just purely fisheries management. And we have the maximum sustainable yield objective, and we have the precautionary approach objectives. And we also have quite well developed policy frameworks in terms of the Marine Strategy Framework Directive. And we have information and data on some of the things that are relevant to pelagic stocks, including kind of the age structures of those populations. We have relatively good information about what they're feeding on, what's eating them. It could be better in places. And there is work being undertaken to look at kind of how certain parameters may change or react to environmental changes. But one thing we haven't, I don't think, and again, this is speaking across working in fisheries for several years in UK government, as well as a consultant, and now obviously in Pew. One thing we haven't really looked at is asking the questions about, well, how do we manage those stocks or adapt and be very pragmatic about the other indicators that we can utilize to answer some of these broader environmental questions in a kind of like, taking little small bites out of it and developing kind of the right questions to kind of say, okay, well, we have a long-term management strategy that we're developing for herring or for blue whiting or for mackerel or for any other stock. It could be a bottom, like kind of demersal stock as well in the North Sea. But what indicators are relevant to the management of that fishery, and then what information do we have, and how does that how does that build beyond just the MSY objective, and can we actually have in the long-term management strategy built-in performance indicators that will inform or be a trade-off against those kind of common indicators that we're so familiar with in terms of the precautionary objective and the MSY objective. I think there's definitely work that could be done there, improved there, and you could ask questions about, well, how resilient would a management strategy be over a 10, 20, 30 year period, whatever, to potential environmental changes in certain parameters. For example, changes in natural mortality, maybe changes in recruitment. Say we have lower than average expected recruitment for as a terms of the shock to the system. How resilient is that management strategy that we are developing for these stocks in a single species context to these types of changes? And I think those types of things could very easily be asked, and it is almost like the first step towards an EAFM approach or an EBFM approach without having to have a whole system model developed. And we saw from Jacob Bentley's presentation that there is work in ICES that's going on looking at kind of how you join up those more strategic kind of ecosystem models with the single advice framework and come out with meaningful kind of tactical advice that can be based in the pragmatic. So I'll leave those thoughts there. I guess maybe just to leave it as a frame, the types of kind of indicators we might want to consider, whether it's pelagic or demersal stocks, it might be specific indicators for the target species like MSY. It might be, as Justina mentioned, reference points that ensure prey availability for predators in the system if you're able, or it might be non-target species objectives like acceptable bycatch thresholds or population status of non-commercial species. Or it might, for demersals, it might be that you focus on the habitat protections, about kind of reducing the impacts of gear on the bottom. And I think this MS management strategy evaluation provides you with the tool to start looking at these other objectives and indicators alongside the standard ones that we're so familiar with.
Thank you very much, Ash. Would anyone like to immediately respond to what you heard from Ash, Gonzalo?
Thank you, Martin. Well, not exactly to respond, a bit, if responding to anyone, a bit more about what Darius said, which I recognize. The fisheries world is pragmatic and tends to be. Fisheries decision makers tend to focus on the short term, and there's many reasons why that exists. That is the truth, but I think what is becoming clear is that what we get out of the science and out of the traditional management is more prone to uncertainties than ever before. And so from my point of view, I think there's a need to indeed remain pragmatic, but also to ensure that we lower the uncertainty, or looking at it from a positive angle. I think UEFM provides the possibility to give more certainty and more predictability to the catches. And from discussions with certain sectors, I hear that's more and more a need. And as an environmentalist and being aware of the changes that are happening in our marine ecosystems, I think this is very timely. And as Justina was saying, we should be already developing the models that give us additional certainty also of what we can fish, and not only ensuring the healthy ecosystems we need. So just adding that point, and maybe that's one of the reasons why the momentum is building.
Thank you, Gonzalo. I don't see, JC, yeah, you wanted to come in on that?
No, it's not on that. It's on a different point.
Go ahead.
Yeah, it's about the way we engage the stakeholders in these discussions, because I think Philip raised the EZ, issues, and the fact that it was packed, of problems and some things that should be tackled as well. But when I think about that, I'm thinking about how, at least at EU level, stakeholders are engaged in this kind of discussions, and even if you only take the fisheries, case, we have the advisory councils where, NGOs and other interest groups, can interact with the industry, so the sector that is, living of fishing practice, and also the managers are there, DG Mario is there to interact, etc. So we have that at EU level, but we don't see something similar at broader level, and I think that would be very interesting to have. I don't know if it's at NEAFC level or at coastal state level, or at, I don't know, some kind of somewhere between OSPAR and NEAFC. I don't know exactly, but I think there is a need for a stakeholder platform where these issues, so EBFM, but also EBM, can be discussed, because as an NGO, we are also keen to discuss, with other sectors and fisheries, but we kind of need to be able to meet them somewhere. And at the moment, it doesn't exist, at least to my knowledge. So yeah, happy to have your thoughts on this type of platform.
Thank you.
Thanks, JC. Philip, I know, wants to come in, and I would just say, if there are any other questions, do raise your hand now. Or then what I will suggest is, after hearing from Philip, I'd also turn just to the other members of the panel for any final thoughts, reflections, and so we can move to close this part of the discussion. But if others do want to come in, we do have a little bit of time, so do raise your hand. But Philip.
Thanks. It was just to react to Jean-Christophe's comment about the regional advisory councils within the EU, that well, at least as far as I understand it, still that those advisory councils bring together stakeholders who talk about environment and fisheries. So I think even for them, they're feeling the need to extend to work out how they have a dialogue with, in particular, the offshore wind development business. So there's a model there, but it may still be that model, if we're applying an EBM approach, not an EBFM approach, needs to help work out how those platforms can be created in an efficient way that doesn't involve hundreds of people in a room, but means there's an effective interaction between those concerned about fisheries, the environment, those concerned about major infrastructure. So I don't think that that model is quite what we'd be after if we're talking about EBM.
Thanks, Philip. Great. I don't see other hands, so I will invite then members of the panel, any final reflections, last words before handing back to JC. I'll just go in the order we started with. I think, unfortunately, we may have lost Arnie. So, Ilaria, let me turn to you.
Yeah, maybe I just go back to the last point that JC raised, and in terms of participation of civil society and stakeholder at international level. So, I mean, in NIAFC, we have the PACMAS, the scientific committee that is open to observer from civil society, industry, and other organization, and that's a starting step. Of course, it's not ideal, and but like this, I mean, transparency and stakeholder participation is a key starting point in the process. So we really encourage that, and also Darius referred to that. So we really encourage participation at the RFMAO level. So that's as a final remark, because dialogue and transparency are always key for this process. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Ilaria. Philip, any other final thoughts from you?
One final thought, which I had meant to mention earlier. I think ICs and the role they can play in bringing stakeholders together based on best available evidence is absolutely key, and that might apply to working on common objectives, but it also would apply to the provision of advice. I think in principle they're ready to do this, but we need to make sure that the advice requests are clear and actionable.
Thanks, Philip. Darius.
Thank you. Yeah, my last thought actually is triggered a bit by Gonzalo's comments. If you look at global regional fisheries management organizations, and Hilborn did a good study on these a couple of years ago, those that have got good resources, put in proper management levels and enforce them, generally have stocks in good status and good state globally. So when you look at them, some of them, NIAFC is at 72%, sustainability, while the Northeast Atlantic 72%, other places in the Pacific and whatever are up in the 80s. So all those have that, but that's referring to MSY and the stability of the fish stocks. But of course, we have challenges here on that as well with our coastal state process and our key stocks. But EBFM is going beyond that, thinking about the whole ecosystem. So I think that's where the challenge is for us. I think, you know, for many RFMOs, I see good progress in fisheries management in terms of the target stocks. But I think we're all aware that we need to improve the impacts of our activities on all the other elements of the ecosystem. And it's an ecosystem that's rapidly changing anyway due to climate change and everything else. So we also are having to react as the victims of that, as well as one of the pressures. So I think it's just thinking about this broader perspective now.
Thank you, Darius. Justina.
Thank you very much. Well, I think fisheries managers in all coastal states should remember that sustainable use of the ocean and implementation of ecosystem-based fisheries management can only work for their benefit, i.e. by securing healthy fish resources, healthy food webs, and even nature value for people. And all of this in a long term, including for the future generations. And this is why long-term management strategies with ecosystem considerations incorporated in them should be a priority in fisheries management, because thanks to them, we can avoid the risk of fish stocks depletion and contribute to the resilient marine ecosystems. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Justina. Thank you all. I mean, I'm not going to attempt to recap, but sort of some of the key words that I scribbled down as you were talking is around, some of it is around areas of complexity and uncertainty, particularly when dealing with sort of broader understanding of what the ecosystem is. I was struck by questions of momentum, and we're not starting from a blank sheet, but a lot of work has already been done. The importance of cooperation and partnerships and participation, and some of the associated challenges there, which relates also to what I heard, or I think I would also like to emphasize, is a desire or perhaps a need for pragmatism and the practical changes that are urgently needed. So that was my very rough attempt at a summary of at least some of the key words, if you like, that I picked up from the conversation. But let me turn to JC for his reflections and to close this part of the meeting.
Thank you, Martin. I'll try to do that. I'm going to give a few points that also cover what has been discussed, 2 weeks ago during the first two panels. So first, I wanted to thank the 5 panelists of today for coming back and take 1 hour and a half to cover this important issue. I also wanted to thank the 6 other panelists who were with us 2 weeks ago. I wanted to thank the audience, which is not so numerous today, but which was we had a well attended meeting 2 weeks ago. Thanks for all the questions and comments. So we discussed several key issues during this seminar. I think there was a big chunk of the discussion that was about the science, what the science was doing to include ecosystem considerations into stock assessments and advice, and more broadly, ecosystem advice. We discussed the role of decision makers in the way they drive this process, their role as active requesters of more comprehensive ecosystem advice. We also discussed the importance of having objectives as such, so ecological objectives agreed by fisheries managers alongside the more traditional fisheries objectives of in the catches. And we also discussed the importance of having the stakeholders involved in these discussions and in this process. We also mentioned several times the ongoing failure to agree on sharing agreement at coastal states level in the region on the large pelagic stocks, which prevents any progress on the long-term management for these stocks. we discussed the respective role of the scientists and the decision makers in resolving this. The scientists can help, in incorporating the uncertainties, but it's not up to the scientists to resolve a political problem. I think we also today discussed, the difference between EBFM and EBM. We, as Pew and Siena, are very much focused on EBFM because we think that there are immediate steps and wins to have there to make the coastal states progress on this and have progress on this. But we are well aware that it's also a cross-sectoral problem and an issue to tackle. So in terms of including ecosystem considerations and adopting ecological objectives, there is the NEAFC annual meeting that is a key date for I think for everyone here in this meeting in November. It will be a key moment when parties can be ambitious and decide on which objectives and options to choose between. But there is also the cross-sectoral aspect. So there is this collective arrangement that we think should be pushed by coastal states a bit more. When I say coastal state, I mean NEAF parties. I mean the countries that are in this region in general. We think that there is probably more to do by the collective arrangement, and as stakeholder we would like to be involved more as well, because at the moment it's not open to observers. So it's also a call to make this platform more inclusive. And finally, there is at the moment, as we speak, the coastal states meetings happening for the 3 pelagic stocks, and there is really from us a call for coastal states to compromise to solve their sharing dispute and focus on the long-term management of their stocks. It's really time that they stop this tragedy of the commons, because one of the panelists mentioned this term 2 weeks ago, and I think it's right to speak like that. There is an ongoing tragedy of the commons for the stocks happening, and they should instead invest in cooperation to ensure that the long-term health of the stocks and of the ecosystem is ensured. So thanks everyone. I think it was very fruitful. And I give the floor back to you, Martin. Thank you.
Thank you. Nothing else for me to add other than to add my thanks to you all. Finished 2 minutes ahead of time, so I'm happy to give you 2 minutes of your life back. Thanks again for your engagement. The things we said at the beginning, I think Pew Siena's plans are to circulate a recording of the panels in Iceland and the online discussion. I hope very interesting. I hope it's taken us all a step forward, and we will be in touch with each other. Thank you.